Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the ISO, I'd like to welcome you to today's joint Western Energy and Balance Market and California ISO Forum. My name is Christina Guimera, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs. Just a reminder that today's call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. Please keep comments professional and respectful today, and to ask questions during the meeting, you can open the participant and chat panels on the bottom right, and you can then raise your hand by selecting the raise hand icon, or if you joined audio only, please press *3 on your device. And please remember to state your name and affiliation first before making any comments. And you may also send comments and questions via chat to all panelists or to myself. And if you run into any technical issues, please contact Inteller Events, the host. So with that, I'll turn things over to Salim Tavares, an account manager for stakeholder engagement, to get us started.
Thank you, Christina. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to May 2025 WEIM Forum. I hope everyone's looking forward to our discussion today. My name is Salim Tavares. I'm an account manager in the stakeholder engagement group here at the ISO. Sitting here, I have Juan Buitrago, who's also an account manager for the WEIM community. And we also have Mark Richardson, who is the manager of stakeholder engagement. I will be leading today's discussion with Christina and Juan. First of all, I'd like to welcome you that have been able to make the trip here to Folsom to attend this event. We do appreciate the time you took to travel here, and it was nice to seeing those of you who made it to the social hour last night. If you do have colleagues that aren't able to join us, this meeting is being recorded. For those participants online, thank you for your engagement and attendance today. We look forward to engaging in a productive discussion today that will be of value to your company. We do have a number of topics today, as you can see on our screen, but first of all, I'd like to introduce Mark Rothleader, ISO Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer. Mark, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you, and welcome everybody. These forums over the years have become very useful, and I find kind of the third prong of value, and that is sharing of information and providing us feedback about how we can continually improve WEIM. WEIM itself we find is a valuable forum and capability. And I just want to reassure you that as things change throughout the West, we remain extremely committed to keeping WEIM running, continuing to evolve it, and really unlocking the value of the WEIM. I know today we've got about, I'm not sure how many are online, but it seems like we have about 107 registrants, and many of which some of which are here. I think it's a testament, if you think about it, we've got now 22 participants across 11 states, covering 80% of the Western grid. And I know we quantify these benefits usually in the benefits report, and it's easier to quantify the economic benefits, but we also believe that there are significant reliability benefits. Harder to articulate, but I've heard some of the anecdotal evidences of that and experienced it some myself. We're now a decade into WEIM. I know it seems like just yesterday we were just onboarding, and when I go back and look to figure out, okay, who did we onboard last and when did it occur, it feels like it's a time warp. But in that decade, we've now shown and demonstrated and delivered just under $7 billion worth of benefits to the customers. And I understand that that's a number, and we can debate the number, and I know there's questions about, well, how is that calculated and stuff like that. But everything indicates that even if you calculate it in which way you want, there is definitely positive benefits, and we believe that that level of benefits, and now it's throwing off about $350 million of benefits every quarter, roughly over $1 billion of benefits a year. you can see the trajectory of the benefits growing as the footprint expands and you get transfer capability across the wider footprint. And I say it that way because we are being at 80%. We still have a few entities to go. We are bringing on in 2026 BHE Montana, will be known as Power Watch balancing area, and then Black Hills will also be joining in that time period. I have to acknowledge, we understand that decisions are being made, and I totally respect that people are having to make decisions about things like Markets Plus versus EDAM. But from an EIM perspective, I think it's, in my mind, the challenge is how, if you're going to start splitting up that market and developing Markets Plus, how is the best way to maintain the value that we've created, both economic and reliability value that we've created in EIM? And I don't have the answer for that. I think it's something we have to collectively try to figure out together. We're committed to doing that. We're committed to trying to find ways to continue that value proposition that we have demonstrated in EIM. So that's a commitment from us, commitment from me, commitment from the ISO team. As things continue to transition across the West, you'll see us do that. And we'll be creative in that effort. Obviously, EDAM is in front of us. The EDAM implementation is underway. Pacific Core in Portland coming on in 2026. Bank, LADWP in 2027. TID, Turlock has now signed an implementation agreement for also 2027. And we expect that there may be some others that are joining in 2027, 2028. IID is the first one who will be joining into EIM and EDAM together in 2028. And we have those identified who are leaning towards EDAM. BHE Montana, P&M, Nevada Energy, Idaho, and we look forward to continuing to work with those entities as they continue their regulatory and decision process. We're also looking forward working with Arizona G&T, EPCO. They're continuing to study, and as a major player in the WAPA Desert Southwest, we look forward to how those results come out, and looking forward for the opportunity if they decide to join EDAM as well. From an EDAM implementation perspective, we're on course. It's not, I won't say it's not challenging. May not be aware of this, but we have run our first complete workflow. So we are now able to run daily workflows in EDAM mode. That should start to accelerate the testing. We have started connectivity testing with Pacific Core, and we are starting to move into integration testing. And this all comes together between functional and that testing in the September timeframe. So we look forward to doing that. At the same time, we recognize we also are dealing with and trying to continue to address some of the concerns, specifically the congestion revenue allocation. And we opened up a stakeholder process around that. That is coming to conclusion, and we expect to take that topic to the board and the governing body jointly for decision on June 19th. We appreciate everybody's time that people put into that. I know there was a lot on our plates already. We had to juggle around and reprioritize some of the other work and stakeholder work that we were doing. And we appreciate collaborating with the Regional Issues Forum in kind of setting and getting feedback about the prioritization going forward. Obviously, governance is continuing a topic in terms of we are not driving pathways, but we are supporting the pathways effort. And under pathway step 1, we are poised to have that trigger and move the governance structure for market decisions from a joint authority to primary authority to the governing body. We're probably one entity away from signing an implementation agreement to trigger that. We have everything else we need. We have FERC approval on that governance change, and so we're looking forward to that continued evolution of governance. Step 2 is a bit more complicated. Obviously, the legislation is underway, and we're monitoring that, and we'll see how that plays out over the next weeks and months. We continue to collaborate and be available to the formation committee of the independent regional organization as they consider their development of that independent regional organization in anticipation of step 2 coming to fruition. I'll just close that, just appreciate your time, your effort, your collaboration with each other, your genuine feedback to us. Again, we know there's a lot of working groups going on. We hope that these working groups are fruitful and addressing some of the areas that you think need continued evolution, whether it be demand and distributed energy market integration, gas resource coordination, price formation, storage design. Hey, we're a great testing ground how to operate storage. We now have 12 gigawatts of storage, so if there's something to learn from us, let us know. We're continuing to look at that and evolve that design. The energy assistance mechanism, we're looking forward to extending that and continuing to evolve that. It seems to be working well. People are voluntarily opting in when necessary or opting in all the time, but it seems that when you're opting in, it's addressing the ability to make those transfers, even though it's maybe a premium at that point when there are some tight conditions. So we appreciate that evolution and how that's working. So with that, again, thank you for your time. Thank you for your engagement. Maybe I'll just stick around for just see if there's any questions for me.
Thank you, Mark. Do we have any questions on the phone, Christina?
I'm not seeing any raised hands or questions in the chat at this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mark. So why don't we go ahead and we have the agenda up here. As you can see, we are covering a number of topics. We have 8 presentations today. Why don't we go on to the next slide? So in the next slide. So on these next slides, you're going to see the point of contacts for each organization, primary, backup contact. If you don't see your name here, please let Juan or I know, and we can update those spreadsheets. As for those of you who are new to these meetings, please note that who these contacts are, and we do use these point of contacts to contact those with regards to WIM related topics and in creating agendas for future joint meetings. The next slide. Next slide. And then we can go to the next slide. Okay, so we have 2025 joint WI meeting dates. We have the one today, so we have those twice a year, and then we will have one in December 2025, beginning of the month, and that will also be in a hybrid format. Okay, we can go on to the next slides. So next up, we have the readiness corner, and this will be, we'll start out with Heidi Carter. You can go ahead.
All right, thank you. Oops, can you hear me okay? Thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it. So if we could go to the next slide. So again, I'm Heidi Carter. I'm one of the lead customer education trainers as part of the customer education part of customer readiness. So our team is comprised of 3 different groups. The customer onboarding, some of you met Nicole last night. She takes care of the onboarding, certificates, contracts, et cetera, guiding people through that. So a lot of you have been working with her through the WEIM, but also for EDAM onboarding. And then we've got the customer readiness side. So you're going to hear from Mo in just a moment. She's online. So we can go to the next slide. All right, so a lot of you have already been in the portal. We always talk about the portal, but we just wanted to point out that we have added new CBTs and some training materials that do relate to EDAM. So you can still find all the CBTs for WEIM, all the different resources. We're continuing to update our resources that are in the portal, but we did want to point out that we did have an adjustment to the portal to add EDAM information. So if you're curious about that, you can see some of the computer-based trainings. I know that's very small. One of them is the EDAM WEIM interaction CBT. And we'll continue to build that as more information comes out of the interplay meetings that Juan and Falim will host. So that will continue to be updated. If we could go to the next slide. So we'd just like to have a reminder to sign up. You can either subscribe to get notifications when the materials get updated, or put your contact or put your contact information in there so that when we do have new materials that we're posting, that you'll be able to get notifications. There's also the weekly email that gets sent out by Falim and Juan, where you're going to get information about training, about different information about the company as well. But we do encourage to have your UAAs provision access, especially if, you know, people haven't really been involved in WEIM so much, but now they're starting to get involved. Maybe you have a new person. If you can make sure that they have access to the portal, we appreciate that. For operators, we have the job aids that are in there. So there's a lot of good information that we continually update. And now, like I said, it will be expanding over time to include more of the EDAM materials as they're developed. And so that will be a tool that will be transformed to share more of that information. Next slide. We also have a new product that we've just received, and what it does is take thin packages and be able to share those with your organization. So for any of the training materials, any of the training resources that we have, CBTs, PowerPoints, et cetera, we can break those down into smaller files and share them with you to be stored in your system, but it will point to your system, point back to ours. So anytime we make an update to any of those materials, you'll automatically have the latest and greatest. So if this is something that you're interested in finding out more about, to see how your systems speak to one another, please contact us at the customerreadiness@caiso.com. And we're happy to go through it with you, test your systems. I know that it can share information into QTD if you're using that. We work with Rochelle Wiltsius. She's our manager, and she's been the one that's been driving this, and she can walk you through the process and, you know, figure out how that will work best for you. If files aren't working on the system, and it's harder to share, you could just let us know we want one of these files. We can also take it outside of the system and send you a link. But again, it keeps you with the latest and greatest information. So it's a new tool we have, and we hope that you'll take advantage of it, especially if you've got like new folks that are going to be onboarding and you want them to be able to get to the CBTs. You can get to those through the WEIM portal, but they don't track you know, any completion. This is something you could port into your LMS systems and be able to track completion. So if you want more information, just let us know. Next slide. And we just wanted to say a big congratulations to Black Hills Energy and PowerWatch for successful completion of 4 weeks of training. You guys are troopers, so we appreciated you being in there. So we started with an overview, resource management, operations, and settlements. And so we're in the middle of you know, closing out all the records, updating the materials in the portal so that you can access those materials. And thanks to all the observers from some of your organizations who sat through some of the training as well. We appreciate that kind of support. But again, congratulations. We're happy that you guys are joining as well. So next slide. This is where I'm going to hand it over to Monica Moanatri. She is one of the other trainers in our group. So Monica.
Thank you, Heidi. So I will be going over some recent release trainings that we've either implemented or will be implementing very shortly, and also some refresher trainings that we provided. Let's start with the first one for this year. We have the highest emergency rating, the HER. That essentially is one that went live back on April 24th. This is where we were able to streamline reporting processes in the WebOMS application. We introduced 3 new fields to WebOMS so that users are able to adjust the values through the user interface and the API. In the past, these fields were not available. So for the emergency duration and the HER information, it wasn't available in WebOMS. So now it is available again for our users to be able to update in WebOMS. The next one is the summer readiness training, which Nathaniel Brown provided recently. There were 2 trainings that he provided. These are refresher trainings. This is the Resource Performance Expectation Summer Readiness. This was, again, a refresher training for our resource owners and our operators on their resource performance, so that way they can prepare folks, especially during the tight system conditions. So if you're interested, these trainings that were recently provided are available on our ISO training page, which I'll cover in the next couple of slides. But we did provide one on May 12th, as well as yesterday, May 28th, and they are available on our ISO training page. So I encourage you guys to check those out. The next one is the congestion revenue rights system upgrade. So this one is actually slated to go live on June 4th. This is the ability to allow us to adopt the latest technologies, so that way we can align the application with the ISO technology standards. Now, there's been several different training that were provided for this upgrade here that applies to folks with different roles. This training isn't published on the ISO training page, but if you are interested, feel free to email the customerreadiness@CAISO.com email address, and we'll send you a copy of the presentation and recording. And the reason why it's not published on the external page is because it's a proprietary application. But again, if you're interested in this, and depending on the role that you need training for, email us and we'll send you a copy of the training presentation along with the recording. Next slide, please. Next one is the FERC Order 881 Track 2, Managing the Transmission Line. Now, this is one where it is currently scheduled to go live on 7/12, so in the next couple months. Currently, we are still performing the market sim, so participants are still participating in the market sim validation. This initiative right here, or this mandate by FERC, is a way for us to allow the ambient adjusted rating submissions and validation, the use of 4 seasons instead of 2. Also, the introduction of the WebLine-R application. Now, this is a new transmission line interface that's going to allow users to consume and store dynamic and seasonal ratings. So right now, this is, again, a new application that's new. It's a standalone application. This information that's being submitted and tested in this application isn't going to any application yet. More information on when that does become available will be provided, be communicated to the customers. But for now, information that you see and provide through this new interface application is a standalone. So it's going to just reside in this application, but will eventually cascade down to other applications, but we will send out communication when that is ready to take place. Go ahead and next slide, please. So right here is a screenshot of our ISO Training Center page, just a reminder where you can find training materials. As you can see, you would go to the Stakeholder Center and then navigate to the Training Center page, and then you'll see in there in the tiles listed there, there's the release and initiatives. That's where you'll find a majority of the training materials along with the readiness notes that we communicate out. Next to that tile is the market and operations. Now, if you're interested in the summer readiness training material, it's going to be in the next slide, or I'm sorry, the next tile right next to the release and initiatives. So definitely check out those pages, because training materials that were provided this year are located in that space. Next slide, please. Also, this is a great reminder that we have various user group forums that are available to our customers. We encourage you and your technology folks to attend these user forums. There's the release user group, the RUG calls, there's the technical user group calls, the settlement user group, the market simulation, and of course there's the BPM call. So all of these platforms are really good for our customers to really be engaged with what's going on at the ISO. These are the user forums that occur either bi-weekly or weekly, and we've also added a link at the bottom of each of those locations right there, so that way you'll be able to look at any previous materials and also be able to know when to participate at the next event. We really encourage you guys to participate in this, because this is really an opportunity for you to ask your questions and to share with the community if you're experiencing something, or if other folks are experiencing issues that they can share with you as well, so that you can be prepared for when we do implement these initiatives that are coming up. All right. Next slide. I'm going to pause here real quick before I turn it back to Heidi. Are there any questions as it relates to release initiative trainings?
I'm not seeing any questions coming in online at this time. Salim, are there any hands raised in the room?
No, we don't have any questions in the room.
Okay, back to you, Heidi. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mo, and thank you, everybody. As you saw, we were 3 different kind of distinct groups within one team, but you can contact us all at customerreadiness@caiso.com. We have a shared inbox, so if you have any questions about anything that we've covered, any training topics that you want to have covered, please just go ahead and send an email to that group, and we will, farm it out to the right people and respond to you. So thanks very much. Back to you, Feline.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Monica. Bruce, are you ready to present? I know it's a little bit early. I saw you on video.
Hello, this is Bruce at Bonneville. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Bruce.
All right,
So
yeah, hello. All right, great. Good morning, everyone. This is Bruce McAllister with Bonneville as lead EEFC. This presentation will explain why penalizing an EIM entity for failing the balancing test by more than 5% should be handled differently than current design. Next slide. So, do penalties deter market participants from engaging in specific behaviors? Well, penalties that are driven by infrequent edge cases outside the normal operations, such as software, automation, or submission errors, are the most common types. And those penalties are typically not behaviors that can be modified in response to these penalties. Now, of course, the intent is for the BAA to be sufficient in meeting their own obligations heading into real time. Now, under-scheduling penalties are the most common types, especially, I think we all know, unit outages when they occur between T55 and T40 due to the limited amount of time to rebalance the BA. That's kind of the general reason why a lot of these large penalties occur, as well as some of the automation failures that happen. And of course, during this time, the BA is in the middle of requesting reserves, submitting outages, and trying to replacing that lost units capacity. So there's a lot of stuff going on in between T55 and T40, that the generation operator is trying to handle. And so let's go on to the next slide. So in 2 instances, when Bonneville was charged under scheduling penalties, our load generation balance was closely matched in real time. So besides the penalties, the BA is also exposed to high prices and a loss of import-export capacity on those dynamic transfers because, you know, the resource efficiency flex test has also failed in this instance. So, you know, there's a lot of things going on during this time. You know, you're trying to get emergency tags, you're calling in reserves, and then when we ended up looking at what was happening in real time during that hour that these large penalties and balancing failures occur, you know, our generation and load balance was very closely matched. Next slide, please. Now, we did talk with ISO, and they were helpful in updating the BPM through a PRR 1594 as a result of the first instance this happened to us. And as you can see here, the BPM now states, you know, the load base schedule is only used as reference for calculating the load and balance energy for settlement, and generator base schedules will not be adjusted for outages and manual dispatches in the load base schedule calculation. However, outages and manual dispatches will be used in the resource efficiency test, you know, including the balancing test. Now, this new BPM language is helpful and helps with the imbalance energy, but not the penalty. Next slide, please. So the new approach. So based on this kind of new language that's already in the BPM, what we're asking is ISO to consider adding to this RSC Track 3, which we heard is going to be coming up soon, an approach that evaluates the real-time load and generation balance to really look to see if sufficient resources were dispatched to meet that load obligation in lieu of automatically assigning that penalty based on failing the resource efficiency balancing test. So that's what we're hoping to see come out of this. And next slide, please.
Hey, Bruce, Mark Richardson
Yeah.
here. Can I stop you real quick?
Sure.
Awesome. And good morning. Can we go back one slide, please? Because I know we have Danny Johnson on, who could kind of speak to RSC Track 3. And I know we just went through a cataloging process, and we didn't necessarily see comments from stakeholders around RSC Phase 3, kind of supporting some changes there outside of the extension of AET. But I kind of wanted to get a sense from the room as it pertains to RSC and based on the presentation that Bruce has provided thus far, is there a desire from the community to take a second look at the timing in which the RSC is binding? Is there any appetite for kind of revisiting how the RSC penalties are structured today? I think Bruce's presentation, if I'm tracking appropriately, is kind of citing some reasons for penalty that may or may not be in line with the intent of the penalty. And the intent of the penalty, I think Danny could speak to why it was set up the way it was between BAAs and things like that. But I would love to hear from the community if you're experiencing challenges similar to BPA and some of your thoughts. But before we turn it to everybody else, let's go to Danny.
I don't think I have anything to add right now, Mark. We're here to listen and learn where the pain points might be and then try to figure out how we can solve them.
Thank you, Danny.
So look forward to the rest of the presentation.
All right. Anyone willing to speak up in the room before we go to the line around some of the challenges or whether your views are in line with what BPA has presented on? Is the RSC going well, the test going well for everybody else? I know we've done some analysis around moving the timelines and whether or not that would lead to more failures and things of that nature. But I think I hear you speaking up, Bruce.
Yeah, no, just like I said, this isn't something that happens too often, you know, but when it does, you know, there's so many things going on in the BA that, you know, basically to add on a penalty in addition to the other stuff, you know, it's not a good design. When there's another better approach, you know, to look at whether or not a penalty should be applied, you know, after you've taken a look at that 1 hour that the balancing fail occurred.
This is Justin Wolf from BPA. I think what we're feeling is that this penalty was to prevent leaning on the market. And what I would assume, and we probably need to validate this, is that most entities that fail the balancing test due to an outage or some other issue, they usually replace that energy and are not leaning on the market. And I don't think we have an issue with penalizing EIM entities that lean on the market, but I question if that's actually happening.
And I think that's where the next slide covers, Bruce, and maybe that's a good point to kind of see some of the conversation. So that's, yeah, go for it.
Oh yeah, disputing these types of penalties, it really is a time-consuming process. You know, we had to go through a couple iterations of city tickets, had to go through good faith negotiation process, and although you guys did agree with our intent that we did replace that energy, we did recover those penalties, it took a long time. And, you know, the market behavior that drove those penalties can be reviewed by the DMM if necessary, or by the ISO if patterns are noticed. So again, it's just basically these are kind of one-off events. There's a lot of stuff going on in the BA. You're kind of already being penalized, you know, with the high LMPs and the loss of dynamic transfers. And then on top of that, you're getting that penalty when in reality, when you get into that hour that you failed the balancing and you look at where your generation and load balance was and you see how closely it was aligned, you know, getting that extra penalty just doesn't seem to be a good design. So next slide, please. So I threw this in for the DMM monitoring. You know, the DMM is very capable of looking at instances, you know, in the market when people are not doing what they should be doing, you know, in relation to the BPM and tariff and basic good utility practice. You know, so the idea is to not automatically assess that 5% penalty. Look at the load generation balance in real time before you do, and then realize that the DMM and the ISO is very capable of seeing if, you know, something is going on consistently or if something else needs to be addressed. So that's the whole purpose of the slides. That's the last one. And, you know, Danny, hopefully you believe that this is a good approach and that you guys will add this in some form of a stakeholder approach for that RSC, you know, track 3 that's coming up. So, you know, if you, I just kind of interested in your thoughts, if you think it's worthy to put in, and anyone else on the line, if, you know, what I've noticed in a lot of these EIM meetings and the WEIM biweeklies is, you know, the more people that talk about a concern so that the ISO sees that it's important, you know, it gets more traction. So, you know, if anybody wants to chime in right now and say they think it's a good idea or not, that would be great. Otherwise,
before we turn to the phone lines, I can add this is definitely something we would be open to discussing in the upcoming initiative whenever it occurs. We're open to solving all problems. Just trying to think through this, though. Is the concern that there's a penalty, or is it more so that we have a test at T40 and we're fixing inputs at T55? Like, would you classify the concern as more the way the test is designed or just the timing of the test?
It's, you know, the T40 test assumes, you know, that, you know, whatever outage or error caused you to fail, you know, the balance by more than 5% actually does happen for that next hour, you know, where in reality there's a lot of other things going on to replace a unit's lost capacity that leaks into that next hour. So it just, you know, it seems like, you know, the better test would be to look at what happened during that hour as opposed to just automatically assigning, you know, that penalty that you're going to get if you fail 5%.
I think there's probably many ways we can resolve this or redesign it. Your approach, or that you mentioned, of having another test after T40 just to reevaluate balancing, that could be sufficient. You know, an after the fact review, either manual or another automatic one to review your real-time balance to see if you replaced the energy and if you were leaning on the market, or a manual review prior to an automatic, you know, penalty. Kind of, it feels like, you know, we're being charged without, you know, and kind of seen as we failed, we weren't balanced when we did kind of replace the energy. So it's more like, you know, guilty before proven innocent kind of deal. And I think a lot of the EIM entities are probably replacing the energy, and I think we should maybe look into, innocent before proven, guilty, in this kind of case.
Thank you. We do have some hands online. Brian, why don't we start with Brian? Christina, do you want to read off Brian?
Yes. Thanks,
Brian's
Celine.
comment?
Yes. We received a comment in the chat from Brian Lowe saying, quote, "PAC grid is supportive of further discussions within the community," end quote.
Thank you.
And
I don't
then
know if Brian wants to add anything. Otherwise, we can go ahead and move on to Stacy Russ.
Can we please unmute Stacy? Stacy, you might be double muted if you're trying to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say that I support BPA's effort in this. There are definitely times when we have a unit that goes out, and we know we're going to call on a reserve sharing request. We know that we have other units we can bring up. We'll maybe delay putting out the outage so that we don't fail the RSC because we know we're going to make it. And so it's become this timing issue of when do you put the outage in so that you do or don't fail the RSC, because we already know we're going to call Northwest Power Pool. We have other units we're bringing up, but I don't have time to put in the outage and make all the changes that we're going to make right at that moment. So I feel like I would support that. If we fail, sometimes we do fail, that we put out we'll put out an outage. We fail because that outage went out, obviously had enough to cover both whether we're calling on a Northwest Power Pool event or whether we're bringing other units online. And then after the fact, we get charged. We don't dispute it usually. Honestly, the juice just isn't worth the squeeze for the dispute. It takes so much time. But I would agree there's definitely instances where we fail, but we didn't really fail. We definitely had the resources to meet the load. So that's all.
Thank you, Stacy. And we did get a follow-up comment from Brian Lowe in the comments saying, "I expect the volume of these 5% failures is minimal and often caused by software issues or large losses that are replaced in real time, so I agree with the approach of looking at actual sufficiency in real time." And we do.
Before we move on, just kind of offering an observation that the balancing test is serving a couple purposes. One of the purposes, if you go back through kind of the early EIM policy development and even RSC phase 1, is it avoids the potential for strategic scheduling as a means to profit through base schedules. And so what I'm hearing is there are pretty narrow instances where there's a failure due to some unexpected event, maybe an outage, and there just isn't sufficient time to appropriately reflect that. And I think that's something that we definitely want to explore, but we do need to kind of keep in mind the underlying concern of this is to prevent strategic-based scheduling and gaming of the market too, and try to figure out what a balance between those two is. Like just tossing the test out completely and saying, well, the power's there eventually, that's fine. That's good, but if it's settled for imbalance strategically, that isn't good. And so that's something that we will want to keep in mind as we explore this more.
Thank you. And before we go to the next hand raised, I'll read another comment we received in the chat from James Carey at Pacificor. James Carey said, "Pacificor agrees with BPA's assessment." And next, if we could please go to Kathy Anderson online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Danny, I don't think I personally heard saying throw out the test altogether. So, I mean, yeah, I'm not a total fan of that. But I agree with Bonneville. I think we should at least look at this because we all just independently as our own BAs do, actions to maintain that reliability. And the timing can be such that, exactly as BPA notes that, it can fail the test, but we're not leaning on the market in any way to solve that problem for us. And so I would be completely supportive of this and taking a strong look at this, because I don't think it's really necessarily, the penalty seems to be doing something that we shouldn't be penalized for. So just kind of throwing my my support in there for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Kathy.
Christina, do we have any more hands?
I'm not seeing any other hands online. Are there any hands in the room?
We have one from Robert Fisher.
Hi, this is Robert Fisher from NV Energy. Bruce, I have a quick question on a really recollection of this. My understanding is that if there is a failure in the balancing test, it's really up to settlements after that, that the load has to come back at a meter value outside of that 5%. So if you had a resource trip, your load is still going to come in similar to the load calculation of the balancing test. So
Yeah.
in that case,
Yeah,
wouldn't there be no penalty assessed?
No, yeah, it does come in balance, but that 5% penalty is still a tariff provision. So when you fail that 5% test, you're automatically penalized, the LMP times the megawatts of the failure. So there's really no getting around, the penalty part of, failing the 5% test.
But isn't the 5% of meter load versus what the test load was calculated at?
Well, it does that at T40, but then, it's looking at that load-based schedule when you have a large generator or automation fail of some kind. And so when that T40 test looks at what was submitted and sees, you're missing a huge chunk of, your resource portfolio, whether it's your load-based schedule or generator, it's just going to use that as an automatic assessment.
Yep.
It's not looking at what happened in real time.
Yeah, but the after the fact penalty, from my recollection, is based upon the meter data, load meter data.
No, otherwise we wouldn't have had to go through the good faith negotiation process, to deal with that. So if that was the case, then, we wouldn't be here.
Well, yeah, so yeah, I think you're right. So it's metered load, but I think we're talking about in this case, like a generation resource loss, or like so the generation actuals, generation meters are not taking it into account. You're talking about load meters. So we're not talking about a change in load. We're talking about a mismatch in generation where the balancing test does not see specific generation that is either replaced or incorrectly, deviated from the test.
Yeah, I understand the failure aspect, but the settlement aspect is the penalty comes from the load side. So that is just my recollection. So I could be off.
Yeah, it might be, but we continue to get these penalties and having to dispute them. I think one of the things that I did hear too that kind of concerns me, and I know this to be a fact, is that reliability entities are delaying action, delaying submitting outages to avoid a penalty. While this might be kind of standard practice or not even well known, I think a lot of entities are doing this, and I don't think we should be avoiding taking these actions or submitting updated data to avoid penalties. And I think this practice is kind of forcing entities to do that. I think it's bad practice. I understand why entities are doing it, but it's problematic.
Yeah, this is Mark from the ISO. Honestly, that's concerning, hearing that from a reliability perspective, a delay in representing unit availability due to potential test failure and ramifications there. So I think this is definitely something, as Danny indicated earlier, that he's willing to explore from a policy perspective in RSC Phase 3. So I think from a timing perspective, when we start looking at catalog submissions and prioritizing what's going on in 26 and 27, this is definitely something that we can kind of add to the associated working group and ensure we're covering this topic.
Thanks, Mark. Bruce, did you have any?
No, the conversation went well. You know, thanks to everyone that chimed in, and thanks to you, Danny, for you know, looking into adding this on to the next stakeholder effort, resource efficiency. I mean, who knows what may come out of it? Maybe some other good ideas.
Agree. Look forward to it.
Okay, looks like we have NVE. Ali put in a comment in the chat. Did you want to vocalize
I can
that?
read it.
Okay.
We received a comment from Ali Doradi, and the comment says, for NVE, 5% threshold applies for load metering data versus aggregate-based schedule with transmission loss consideration. So losing a gen is not counted in 5% penalties.
Not true.
Okay, thank you. Looks like Manoj, did you want to?
I don't know if you could see the.
Yeah, you can barely see it.
Barely see it. I was wondering because I put the break in there.
No, she should be unmuted if you're trying to speak.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Yeah, I was actually listening. So what he did. Sorry, I forgot his name.
Hi, Manoj. This is Uma. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Uma.
Yes. Okay. So that's Bruce. So Manoj is trying to say is, first of all, Robert, you're correct. The penalty is calculated in settlements. It's based on the load-based schedule quantity. Also, we consider the load schedule quantity, and we also use there is one more component that we use, the ISO forecast flag, in order to calculate the threshold. If it is a greater than or equal to 5%, and you know, if the forecast flag is not there, it will be subject to over and under scheduling charges. But what BPA's concern was, BPA raised, actually thanks to BPA, they raised a couple of disputes, and through that we did identify that there was an issue at our end when we were calculating the load-based schedule in the market. What we were considering is we were taking the load-based schedule. It should be actually balanced with the generator-based schedule plus net NSI and losses, right? But the generator-based schedule was adjusting by the manual dispatch and outages. Because of that, they were getting over and under scheduling penalty. Also, they were getting double UIE settlement, so which was incorrect. We have fixed this issue, and we published the PRR 1594. But I would like BPA to know that recently we have received another dispute from another different entity, and through that research we have identified that PRR 1594 is not functioning. Somehow it failed. We are still working with the PSTD team to find out the root cause, and we have created a new defect. So that will be addressed. But as part of the settlement side, it is working as, settlements calculation is consistent with the current tariff. Any questions?
Yeah, hi, Omika, this is Bruce. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard everyone's comments on the settlements. I mean, we did last August, we had a large generator outage that tried to get fixed, and the outage got submitted at 17 after. We got charged $103,000, even though our load and generation balance was closely matched. We're still in the dispute process on that. So, I hear what everyone's saying. We're that the effect of getting a 5% penalty, you know, is still in effect. I mean, you know, we're still in process of disputing that, but, you know, it's still possible to have a very large 5% penalty when you submit an outage in real time, and then when you look at that after the fact data and you see your generation load imbalance is matched, you know, it's still not offsetting that penalty charge. Now, if that PRR 1594 isn't working correctly and it would have changed that result from us back in August, then, you know, I'd be interested in hearing about that.
Right. Right.
But
Yeah, Bruce,
still, the better
yes.
approach is still looking at that generation and load imbalance in real time and then making a decision based on that data, as opposed to the T40 results when these, you know, large outages occur between T55 and T40. I still think that's the best way to look at whether or not that 5% penalty, you know, should be applied.
Okay. Thank you for that, Bruce. So if you're seeing lately, you know, if you're seeing some issues, you know, it may be because of that 1594 is failing, we will take a look into it, and we will actually reach out to you through email, or we'll give you a call. But making changes to the settlements configuration, that is, you know, like Danny was saying, policy will look into it and we will work with them, you know, if we have to do some enhancements going forward. But if you're recently seeing more penalty because of the outage and MD failure, because of the PRR 1594 failure, please reach out to us. But we will definitely look next week. We will go ahead and check all your over and under scheduling penalty charges and load UIE to see whether, you know, we can see some of the trade dates, you know, this PRF failure issue. We will look into it and we'll reach out to you. But changing the settlements configuration, you know, it is consistent with the current tariff, but, you know, we will work with Danny. Danny is a subject matter expert on this. So, you know, we'll work with policy if we have to make any more enhancement in settlements.
Thank you. We're all good here at Bonneville. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you. Anyone in the room that has questions, comments? Christina, what about online?
I'm not seeing any questions coming in online at this moment.
Okay, well, thank you, Bruce, on that one. Why don't we go ahead and move on to the next CPA presentation from Justin Wolf. So he will be discussing the performance and impacts of FRP refinements. Justin, did you want to go ahead?
All right, yeah, I'm all ready. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. Good morning. I'm Justin Wolf. I'm the lead market integration analyst for BPA. Today I'll be presenting on a topic of a flexible ramping product, specifically its impact on the forecasted movement settlements subsequent to a T55 flex or bid range capacity test failure. Next slide, please. As one of the more recent EIM participants, BPA entered the EIM after the flex ramp product refinements were designed and tested. After the implementation of these changes in February 2023, there have been no reports made to review the performance or impacts of these changes for BPA or other new EIM participants. Recently, due to a forecasted movement resettlement, BPA reviewed the design and implementation of these refinements, and we've had multiple concerns about the design. The most concerning design decision is the use of the T55 flex ramp sufficiency or bid range capacity test results in the formation of financially binding settlements. While we're aware of the timing constraints of the FMM, BPA strongly opposes the use of advisory test results or advisory dispatches based on these results in financially binding settlements. Next slide. Before continuing, I want to define what forecasted movement is. Forecasted movement is the difference between a resource's first advisory dispatch and its binding dispatch in the same applicable market run. The name is kind of self-evident. It's literally referring to the expected movement from the binding dispatch to the first advisory dispatch. If nothing changes between this market run and the next, the forecasted movement will materialize as the movement to the next binding dispatch. Next slide. So to kind of walk through our issue, the specific problem, I wanted to give a generic scenario to kind of discuss the problem. Most EIM entities will probably understand this, and it's common for a lot of entities. So here's some initial conditions. We're approaching the end of afternoon peak load. So load's going towards the top and is about to turn down. Generation is top of its operating or bid range. The expected load drop is in the next balancing hour, and our generation schedules are being updated lower than the current hour due to this reduced demand. So the event is just prior to T-minus 57, and a significant export E-tag is received. This causes a flex ramp up test failure for T55. In response to that, the EIM entity rebalances by increasing generation to support this export, and we pass the flex ramp up test for the final T40 deadline. While the EIM entity passed all the T40 tests, you might assume there is no impact from the T55 failure. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Next slide. So here I have some language from the CAISO BPM for market operations. After the implementation of the FlexRamp product refinements in February 2023, CAISO updated their BPM for market operations. This update included language which specifically mentioned that a T55 FlexRamp or bid range capacity failure results in financially binding FRP awards and prices in the first 15-minute interval of the next operating hour. If you are not aware of this financial impact from the T55 test failure, you're probably not alone. I was caught off guard by this as well. Next slide. So why is there a financial impact from a T55 flex or bid range capacity test failure? Ultimately, it's because of the timing of the FMM for RTPD4, which runs just after T55. With our understanding of forecasted movement, you will notice that the FMM, which runs right after T55, determines the binding dispatch for the last interval of the current hour and advisory dispatches for the next hour. More specifically, it is the first advisory FMM dispatch which captures this perceived shortfall, and the forecasted movement, as identified in purple, is impacted by the increased flex ramp up price from that failure. When the imbalance is resolved at T-minus 40, the next FMM run will show the generator movement forecasted does not materialize. This difference between the advisory dispatch and the binding dispatch is called the uncertainty movement. Unfortunately, the uncertainty movement is not settled in the same manner as the forecasted movement, and the forecasted movement that is actually happens, or I should say the uncertainty movement award does not recoup the cost of the forecasted movement from that T55 failure. In essence, the EIM entity is charged a penalty price for a forecasted movement based on advisory data that does not actually happen, and we're kind of getting hit, double charged, for a forecasted movement, and then we're replacing the energy through our generation movement and not recouping that charge. It's based on an incomplete resource plan at T55 that never materializes because we have updated results for T40. Next slide, please. So what happens when you fail the T55? In this event, a perceived short fail will result in a high FMM flex ramp up price for the failing BA. RTPD4 run resolves an imbalance for the next operating hour and uses the market to procure energy at this increased price due to the failure of the first advisory FMM interval. Any generation within the failing BA which is forecasted to move down in opposition to the direction of the failure is charged through this forecasted movement settlement, charge code 7070. Next slide. So the BA resolves the flex ramp failure by increasing the generation to support this export. FR flex ramp up price is no longer impacted on the next FMM run. The forecasted movement does not materialize, and the cost of this movement is not offset by the uncertainty movement. BA still is charged for the perceived need to procure that additional energy, although it's based upon advisory test failure due to incomplete hourly resource plan. Next slide. So here's the problem with using this advisory data. T55 is that cutoff time for marketing entities to submit generation schedules and tagged interchange for the inclusion of hourly-based schedules. Changes to E-tags are expected and common up to and near this deadline. The ability for scheduling coordinators to balance the BA at T55 can be near impossible when tags continue to change the BA balance up to this deadline. Charging an EIM entity and their customers for an advisory solution based upon advisory test results is problematic. That T40 deadline is designed to give scheduling coordinators time to balance their resource plan. The current FRP design overlooks this timeline and uses this advisory data for financial settlements. Moreover, performance reports show that a failure at T55 is likely to be resolved at T40. Next slide. So this is a graph from the market reports, resource efficiency evaluation metrics. This is the most recent one, Q4 2024. The red portion of this bar indicates a failure at T55 and T40, while the orange portion is T55 failure followed by a pass at T40. This information shows, on average, more than half of the T55 failures are passed at T40. From this, we can easily conclude that a failure at T55 is a poor metrics of sufficiency.
Real quick question, Justin, Mark here.
Yes, sir.
Is this directly, these failures are directly tied to the FRP item that you were highlighting a few slides back? Or is this just general failure data here?
No, this is upward resource efficiency evaluation. So
Okay.
First 15-minute interval specifically. So this is the one that is based upon that advisory T55 data.
Got it. Okay.
So, go ahead.
Does your next slide get into the proposal on what you would like to see changed? Or is now a good time to stop you and ask that?
That's a good question. I've been pondering on that for a while. Do I have a specific request on how to change this? Probably not. That's the timing of the FMM is ultimately the problem of this. It's kind of baked into the timing, and I think in the past, CAISO and EIM entities have discussed, changing the timeline of this. I know there's limitations, whether it's processing power or other issues that prevented moving this this RTPD run to kind of capture the T40 results, or the more accurate balancing results. Other than that, I'm just concerned with using an incomplete resource plan and charging for it. It's forecasted movement. These are advisory results. This is, forecasted movement is not binding to binding. It's just what the market expects to happen. And the fact that we're using this in the design and are aware of its limitation, I'm just concerned of its use. The design in itself is the problem.
This is Danny with the ISO, and I think that we understand the concern about how the settlement works out, but when we take a step back to the test design, we intentionally, with the input of all stakeholders, fixed all test inputs at T55 to give kind of a stable reference point for BAs to cure towards to T40. The pass group, fail group for FRP, specifically FRU procurement, like, we have to make some assumption. And it kind of seems like the question is, should we ever assume that a BAA would fail based off an advisory result? And one answer could be, yeah, we should, because that's the best guess we have about how a BAA is going to be positioned, and we want to ensure that each BAA is going to be tested as accurately as possible. You can go the other direction and say, no, we shouldn't. We should assume all BAAs are always in the pass group. That then introduces potential for leaning, because if a BAA would be insufficient, they are propagating that out to the rest of the market footprint that is going to ultimately have less supply to procure FRP with it. And there are ramifications of that too. So there might even be a third path where you back up when you fix the test inputs themselves back from T55. I think we explored kind of going the other direction for a while. We were looking at maybe trying to kick off RTPD after a T30 RSE. That did prove to be computationally infeasible. We simply don't have enough time to solve the market in that more narrow window. So this is something that I think, again, in that upcoming RSE3 initiative, when we get to that, we're interested in exploring kind of what are the right inputs, what are the right timelines. But the idea that this is kind of unfair, that's something that we would want to push back against a little bit, because this was a conscious decision by the entire EIM to fix all the inputs with the best forecast data and the best assumptions we could, such that the T55 results provided a stable platform going to T40. It's wonderful that the insufficiencies are cured in that 15-minute interval, but should we be changing the initial assumptions at T55 would be the open question we would explore more broadly.
Yeah, I don't want to say, but I disagree. I disagree with a lot of those statements. Number one, T57 is that we kind of cut off the marketing deadline at T57 so we could submit T55 data for the market. The marketers have the capability of changing tags and tags coming through up until that deadline. I don't agree that it's a sufficient use of a good indicator of sufficiency, especially if tags are changing up to that deadline. There's no, in a lot of circumstances, there's no ability for the BA to resolve and rebalance. That is exactly what we're talking about here. We understand that the T55 test requirements are fixed at T55. However, we're definitely aware, and I've brought this up before, of that RTPD run changing our goalposts. And so I know a lot of entities see that movement of maybe we passed at T55 and failed at T40, and that's due to this FMM run that happens in between. So I feel that scheduling coordinators need to be given the opportunity to balance their BA. And if the CAISO is using advisory data based upon this incomplete resource plan, I think there needs to be some recoup of those charges if it turns out they pass, at a minimum. I would definitely say that we should probably look at the design, the impacts of the design. So in regards to who fails at T55 and passes at T40, and what's the financial impact from using that advisory data, I could tell you from the BPA's perspective, we got charged a very significant amount for this type of event. And I'm wondering if other entities have seen this, probably to a lesser extent. My next slides kind of explain why BPA might be seeing more significant charges from this event compared to other BAs. But I don't agree with the use of this data. I don't think that charging an entity, this kind of goes back to the same, Bruce's slide as well, where we're being charged for some movement, some event, when we kind of replace that energy or, balance our BA, and we are sufficient. We're not leaning on the market. And I kind of take offense to say that, that, you know, this going back and saying, well, this is going to cause leaning or allow leaning on the market. We have the T40 tests and other sufficiency tests to kind of show that we're not leaning. And unfortunately, due to the way the settlements are, those forecasted movements are kind of locked in using that early data, and then the uncertainty movement, which is actually what happens, resolving from that forecasted movement, that doesn't recoup the charges because at T40 we pass and that flex ramp up price has gone back to its normal or zero negligible dollar amount if we get anything back from that uncertainty movement. So I just want to make sure that we're not charging entities for their normal practices and being sufficient, because it seems like we're getting charged and then we're double charged because we're replacing that energy. What was forecasted doesn't actually happen, and we're balanced. We're not leaning on the market. So I don't know what the intent of this forecasted movement was, but at least in this specific scenario, and there's other, we're limited on time today, but there's other kind of issues with these settlement charges that we'd like to discuss. But I just wanted to bring up to the wider EIM group, if they're not aware that these forecasted movement charges are being kind of placed on EIM entities from these T55 failures. So just trying to get awareness going on it, and if there is a possibility of kind of reviewing the design and looking at the impacts, and you'll see on my next slides, I kind of have some, let's go to the next slide.
Can I respond real quick from the CAISO?
Sure.
I just want to make sure it's clear that we are not intending to offend anybody. This is something that we are happy to review in the upcoming initiative to the extent that stakeholders want to. All I was trying to highlight is that using T55 and fixing the inputs that you're tested on in T40 based off that is a conscious choice, and it does have some of the ramifications that you're highlighting. It was done for a reason. It wasn't done just randomly, and we would have to explore the implications of moving off it. I did want to highlight that T57 deadline that you referenced. That is not prescribed in the ISO's tariff. What that's really getting at is this really complex sequencing between when we clear the HASP, what the resultant tags from that, and how those get fed into base schedules, and then how those get fed into the BAAs by T57, and then are used in the T55 RSC. So it is a really, really complex timing question that we're happy to look into, but it's not trivial trying to figure out kind of the sequencing between the HASP, how that gets reflected in EIM BAA's base schedules, and then ultimately what is used as a reference in T55 and then used in T40. Like, to the extent that BAs don't want to use T55 as a reference and you just have kind of floating inputs that you're maybe guessing at T40, that's a viable option too. But that was one of the reasons we didn't go with that, is because we don't like the uncertainty of movement between T55 and T40. We want the fixed target to aim at. And so we were just being responsive to that. But again, to the extent that we want to re-examine that, we're happy to.
Yeah. No, the fixed target, I agree with completely. I think we're talking about two separate issues. The fixed target is agreeable, but if we're taking the results at T55, that doesn't give any capability in certain scenarios to meet that requirement. So because, like you said, T55 is, you know, a deadline that's not necessarily tariff language, but that we impose on our marketers so that we can get the data in for T55. And so it is a very tight timeline. I am aware of that. I do understand that there are technical limitations, but number one, I think what we're asking is just kind of reopen and review the performance of the FlexRamp procurement refinements, and give us some reports on how it is performing. So, that's kind of where I'm going on that. I think I have a lot of open questions. I don't know the whole impact of this. We only see our portion, BPA's portion of this, these design decisions. So I just want to open up the conversation to kind of discuss it, and maybe if these design decisions were the best decisions, or maybe there's better ways of doing that. That's kind of where I'm going. So I appreciate it. No, I'm not offended. I just, yeah, I'm not offended. I think it's just, I don't think any entities are leaning. I think the marketing timeline is fixed at that point, so anything after that is not necessarily, this is reliability entity. This is entities trying to ensure sufficiency and meet these requirements. So that's where I was going with that comment. Marketers are locked in. They can't change anything after T55, and we impose a T57 deadline.
We do have Tricia from TID in the room that wants to comment.
So my initial thought is that both Danny and BPA can have what they want. Yes, I think it's better to have those inputs going into that hour and not going into T40 completely blind. But since it's a financially binding settlement, which happens after the fact, can there be a flag that's plugged in there that says, hey, they actually fixed this? So there's a flag that looks and says, were they still insufficient at T40? And if the answer to that is no, the rest of the calculation doesn't go on. But then are there additional impacts to that? We have that conversation and see, or so maybe the fine becomes much less at that point because there's a penalty and they actually did fix it between that T55 and T40 and they're not leaning on the market. So I think there's a possibility to kind of find a middle ground here where both parties or both things happen simultaneously. It just going to maybe take looking at that creatively. And again, I'm not a coder, so I don't know exactly what that would take on the back end, but I think there's the opportunity to get both of what BPA is asking for, but also still use those numbers so there's not as much uncertainty going into that T40.
If I heard you right, Tricia, practicing my three-part communication, what you're thinking of is use the T40 results and then rerun the calculation that determines the FRP pass and fail groups, and then use that as an input into the T40 test itself for testing for obligations. And that's something we can explore. I think I'd definitely like to hear from some of our implementation teams about the feasibility of that, but I see no reason why we can't at least talk about if it's a viable solution.
Yeah, I think that kind of gets both parties what they want, right? It kind of finds some middle ground that allows us to find a solution there. Because I think what he's really complaining about is not the fact that it's used, but the fact that it's fixed and they're penalized, which seems unfair and is costly. So how do we fix that and make sure nobody is leaning on the market, but then that nobody is also being fined unfairly or inappropriately based on a calculation that maybe doesn't make sense?
Thank you for flagging this idea for us.
Thanks, Tricia. Justin, do you want to continue your slide?
Yeah, just to respond, I think that's an appropriate solution. I mentioned the uncertainty movement, and so that doesn't currently, that's not a mechanism to recoup these charges because of the pricing differential. So that could be something to explore. That uncertainty movement is the resolution between that forecasted movement and the next binding. So if that's charged appropriately, if the entity passes a T40 test, when that market runs, there might be some ability to recoup those charges if they didn't materialize. So yeah, I'm open to all those kind of things. So thank you for that comment. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you will go on to the next slide. So here's where our specific challenge for BPA comes in. So we have unique resources called overlapping resource aggregates, or ORAs. These resources are locational groupings of Columbia River hydro generation with combined capacities in the thousands of megawatts. There could be significant changes to these resources and their associated exports. So these large changes in interchange that are supported through the Aura generation-based schedules, these are the kind of reasons we've had significant impacts from this. So if there's large changes in exports prior to the T55 deadline, we move our generation to support that, but like in these peak load hours, going from peak load, we've had movements of thousands of megawatts of interchange schedules change right before T55. So it's just an operational, it's very specific operational challenge for BPA, and that's been the driving factor in us trying to understand this forecasted movement settlements. Next slide. So what we're asking for, and this is kind of what I was getting at, we just want some additional flex ramp metrics data in the market performance reports in order to provide some data transparency from these refinements. We're also requesting a stakeholder process to review the design and performance and look for improvements or enhancements that can kind of resolve some of the issues that we've identified or some of the concerns we've identified in this flex ramp procurement issues. So yeah, next slide, that's the end. Questions, comments? Thank you all for your attention and support. Appreciate everything, CAISO, all your responses. And if anybody else wants to discuss this, we're open for that. There's a lot more details that I was not able to get into on this specific presentation. So we're open for future discussions on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now be taking a short 10-minute break before the next presentation. So we'll see you at approximately 10:40 a.m.
Thank you.
Great. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We'll now be getting started again. Next, we're going to hear from Dinesh Dasgupta regarding multi-interval optimization and storage biddable parameters. Dinesh?
Thanks, Christina.
Thanks,
Dinesh, you can go
Christina.
ahead.
Oh, yes, thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, can we move one more slide? Awesome. Great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So in this segment of the forum, we will be discussing the multi-interval optimization and how it interrelates with storage biddable parameters in the CAISO market. So just a brief agenda of how this will go down. So first, we'll have a bit of general energy storage background, both CAISO and WEIM, overview of the real-time processes, and then we'll start getting into storage-specific content around bidding and self-scheduling, and then finally we'll close out with an overview of the MIO, multi-interval optimization, including some examples that demonstrate what the MIO is and how it functions. Throughout this presentation, feel free to raise hands. I'll take questions as they come. We'll also have time at the end. If you feel more comfortable to do questions then that works for me too. Okay, next slide, please. One more. Okay, yeah. So at this point, so as of yesterday, actually, new numbers have come in, and we have 12 gigawatts of energy storage participating in the CAISO footprint, and over 3.5 gigawatts have been deployed in WEIM BAAs. So all of these resources are on the non-generator resource model. So this allows for linear charging and discharging without transition time. So it's modeled as one resource with positive and negative energy generation. And so that allows the model to properly model it with no transition times switching between charging and discharging. So other background, so there are standalone storage resources. There are also hybrid and co-located resources. So hybrid resources are modeled as one resource with a single ID at a single point of interconnection. And it's made up of multiple different types of resource components. Generally, in the CAISO footprint, we've seen that be solar and battery, lithium-ion battery. But that participation, that category is a little bit more broad than just something that has a storage component attached to it. Co-located resources. So this is also another type of way storage participates. And in this sense, you've got multiple resources that are at a single point of interconnection, multiple different fuel types. So one may be a storage, one may be a solar, and they will be modeled independently of each other as two separate resources rather than a single resource ID. Next slide, please, Christina. Okay, so what we are seeing is a deeper and deeper duck curve in the CAISO footprint. So as we receive more and more solar resources, and as we interconnect more and more solar resources, we're seeing we're seeing large amount of solar in the middle of the day, and that's also when batteries and storage assets can charge, right? So that's where you're seeing that kind of dip right in the middle of each of these charts that's getting deeper and deeper and deeper. And then we're seeing storage resources discharge both in the evening peak and also even more so at the morning peak now. That's becoming a new phenomenon that we're especially seeing over the winter months. So that will be at hour ending 19 and hour ending 7, roughly, is what we're seeing. Okay, next slide, please. So at this point in time, in the CAISO BAA, storage has largely saturated ancillary services markets. So at first, when we saw storage resources join, they would join, and a lot of times they would be used for regulation. They would be used for balancing the grid in real time, rather than directly going into and only going into energy arbitrage. Since the ancillary service markets are now saturated, now we're seeing large participation of storage resources in energy arbitrage as well. Just definitions here. So state of charge, whenever we say SOC, that means state of charge. And that is a parameter that tracks how much energy the resource has for optimization by the day ahead and real-time markets in megawatt hours. We use the multi-interval optimization, MIO, that allows the market to dispatch the storage resources that are economically bid in based on buy and sell spreads. And we'll get into that further into the presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, so as I mentioned in relation to the non-generating resource model, the NGR model, positive energy awards indicate discharging awards, and that will cause the state of charge to decrease, right? Negative energy awards indicate charging awards, and that will, charging award will increase your SOC. And note that when we include factors like charge efficiency, when a battery charges and discharges, there is going to be some energy lost, right? The ISO models that on when the resource gets charged, right? So it'll come out of the negative. It will come out of the energy award on the charging side rather than being partly on the charging side and partly on the discharging side. Energy awards are limited in both directions by SOC. So if you have, let's say, your SOC is 5 or 10%, we can't take your SOC below 0, right? We won't do that because, you know, the battery runs out of energy. On the flip side, if your SOC is at 90%, we're not going to give charging rewards such that it takes the SOC over 100%, right? Because your battery is full, right? There's nothing that we can do about that. So because of that, we have limits in the market that ensure that we do not leave the range of that of the SOC that's been given to us, possible SOCs. So resources submit bids as a 10-segment monotonically non-decreasing and pair it up as a megawatt and dollars per megawatt bid curve. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, moving on to the overview of the real-time processes. Next slide. So this is just giving you a general sense of what the real-time market looks like, and just making sure that we're level setting going into the MIO discussion. So first off, there's HASS, the hour ahead scheduling process. This is an advisory process that is used to help set each 15-minute period and provide pre-dispatch instructions to resources. And also at the hour mark, there's also the short-term unit commitment. So this is ensuring that we have enough resources and committing enough short start units such that we are covering the forecasted needs in both the 15-minute, in the FMM, the 15-minute market. Next slide, please. So moving into that 15-minute market process. So there is the FMM, so that is the clearing and the dispatch. There are also 3 other processes that occur at that 15-minute real-time market. So first off, there's market power mitigation. So so the market checks to make sure that if there's constrained resources in a certain area, that we ensure that the bids are mitigated such that they represent what we would see in competitive circumstances, right? So this is to prevent resources using market power to profit from situations in the market that in tight conditions. So then there's also the real-time unit commitment. So like the hour process, the idea is we want to make sure that there are enough resources that are clearing in that pre-dispatch. So this is also called the pre-dispatch, real-time pre-dispatch. We want to make sure that there's enough resources that are clearing. We want to ensure that the grid is reliable, right? And then finally, there's the flexible ramping product run as well. And the FRP, as we had discussed earlier via the BPA presentations, ensures that there's enough ramping going up and down to cover any uncertainty that may materialize in real time between intervals and moving from one interval to another. Next slide, please. Moving to the 5-minute processes. So there's also a market power mitigation run. There's also a real-time dispatch. There's a market power mitigation run, and then there's a real-time dispatch that occurs every 5 minutes. Next slide, please. Okay, moving into bidding and self-scheduling. Are there any questions in the chat so far?
I'm not seeing any questions coming in online at this moment. Salim, are there any questions in the room?
No, we do not have any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. So next slide, please. Okay, so moving into storage resources and specifically looking at the real-time WEIM, what are the different options that you all can bid your resources in as? So there's 2 different pathways. One is economic bids, and the other is self-schedules. So one way to think about this is your self-schedules are your, that is you telling the ISO, this is what we want to dispatch, both for charging and discharging, irrespective of whatever the conditions are at the time, right? So I want my resource to charge this much at this time, and I want my resources discharged at this much, right? Economic bids, another pathway that allows the resource to include sort of more of a spread, and that allows the market to flexibly use that resource in real time, right? And to say, what is going to be best for this resource in terms of economic benefit? So these economic bids are those, they include that quantity and the price range for which the generators are willing to buy and sell energy. These must be monotonically non-decreasing, as is the case with the NGR model, and can have up to those 10 segments. Next slide, please. So day-ahead market, right? Just to be clear, in the ISO market, in the CAISO BAA, that in the day-ahead market, storage resources do not need to vary their bids by hour because it's looking at, the market is optimizing across the whole day, right? So a resource may bid in and say, you know, if the price is lower than $20 sometime throughout the day, then I would like to charge. If the price is over $80, then I'd like to discharge. And the implied bid spread from that is the $60 between that $20 and $80. In the real-time market, you know, conditions change, right? It's not a 24-hour prediction, right? So storage resources, you know, it's helpful to consider those changes in conditions on the prices, the effects on the prices. And this merits the use of having different bids for each trading hour such that SOC can be managed efficiently and effectively, maximizing resource economic benefit. So importantly, there is a bit of a lag. So the bids are submitted 75 minutes ahead of each trading hour, and it will be so that makes it such that the price formation analysis becomes crucial for bidding strategies looking forward. These bids then also interact with other tools that can manage SOC. For example, one tool that we will go through in this presentation is the end-of-hour state of charge, which is as you see referred to at the bottom, EOH SOC. Next slide, please. Okay, moving into the MIO. Next slide, please. So a bit of background on the multi-interval optimization. So the MIO allows the real-time market to position resources for those changes that it may see in the future. It's a real-time, not a day ahead, and because the day ahead already optimizes across 24 hours, right? The MIO is looking at the next 4 hours instead. So for storage resources, the MIO charges or discharges. It keeps in mind constraints such as the end-of-hour state of charge. It will also incorporate ancillary services, and it links solutions in the current interval, so like now, to solutions in later intervals in order to utilize the asset as efficiently as possible. So that includes both charging and discharging, and as a result, the MIO it may seem that in a real time, in a current interval, a resource may even be discharged uneconomically due to the fact that in future intervals, the MIO is seeing an opportunity that the resource wouldn't otherwise be able to take if it wasn't economically dispatched in the binding interval. Next slide, please. So here's an example. Here's a first example. So consider we have a 5 megawatt, 4-hour storage resource. SOC state of charge is at 25%, and the bids submitted are to discharge when the price is above $100 and to charge when the price is below $50, the LMP. Currently, the LMP in this binding interval in this assumed example is $120. We will look at a table, a graph in the next couple of slides that will show the LMP changing and also show how the MIO takes into place. The MIO is seeing that in the future there are intervals that are where the resource can make more money. By holding on now, the resource would be able to take advantage of a $750 projected LMP in the future. Therefore, the MIO determines that not discharging now in the binding interval, seemingly uneconomic decision when taken in isolation, is needed to capture that future price. Next slide, please. So without the MIO, this is what the situation is, right? So the resource has 5 megawatt hours in the tank, and it's seeing an LMP that is above its discharge bid in all of the intervals. Right? Therefore, it is economic to dispatch the storage resource in every interval. However, the storage resource runs out of state of charge by that final 12th interval, and therefore cannot capitalize on the fact that the LMP is $750 in that interval. Next slide, please. So in comparison, right, the MIO sees that 12th advisory interval is at $750, right? And by foregoing the $8 in profit that it can receive in the current interval by dispatching economically, it can gain $270 in profit in that 12th advisory interval. And therefore, the MIO will hold the resource and will not dispatch in that binding interval to prepare it for dispatch in that 12th advisory interval. Next slide, please. Okay. So moving into a discussion about the end of hour state of charge. So what is the end of hour state of charge? It is a parameter that allows scheduling coordinators to control where a resource may end up. And it's submitted as a range. So it's the scheduling coordinator can say, hey, like I want my battery to end up between 10 megawatts and 50 megawatts, for example, right? And the market optimization will take that and say, okay, I will optimize this resource such that it ends up in that range. Ancillary services take precedent over end of hour state of charge, but end of hour state of charge takes precedent over over energy, right? And economic bids for that matter. Next slide, please. So now we will move into 3 examples looking into what does the end of hour state of charge do and how does it look in the market. So just laying out sort of the parameters of this example. So it's a 4-hour, 400 megawatt hour resource with a P max of 100 and a L max of 100, right? So it can charge up to 100 megawatts per hour. It can discharge up to 100 megawatts per hour. In hour ending 10, the base schedule is 100 megawatts, and then the bid curve below is submitted for the hours of 8 to 10, where, you know what, let's, actually, Christina, can we move 2 slides forward, please? Okay, perfect. So this, I think it'll be easier to just go through straight to the graph, right? Where you're seeing that this is a resource that is just economically being dispatched, right? Where when the LMP is above the discharge bid, the resource is discharging. So you see from 745 to 805, that resource, the state of charge is decreasing because the resource is dispatching energy. And then you see from 805 to 840, the resource is now charging because of the fact that the LMP is below the charging bid, right, which is that purple line. And then finally, the resource is discharging again, starting at around 840 due to the fact that the LMP is higher than the discharge bid again. Okay, next slide, please.
Dinesh, we have a question. Yeah. Dina, do you want to read it off?
Yes. We received a question in the chat from Kate Ashley Clark saying, do self-schedules need to be submitted via SIBR in order for the storage resource to count toward resource sufficiency?
So I'm not fully confident of the answer to that question. Yannick or Danny, do you have a response there?
This is Mark Richardson. I can jump in. Danny, you may be on mute. No, so as long as you're offering in your associated asset, that should get counted towards the RSC.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Okay.
And I'm not seeing any other questions, so back to you, Dinesh.
Thank you, Christina. We'll move to the next slide then. So in this example number 2, we are now seeing this example has end of hour state of charge requirements that were submitted by the scheduling coordinator. So as you see in hour ending 8, the scheduling coordinator wanted the resource to end between an E min, so an energy min of 0, and an E max of 200, so an energy max of 200, right? And then in hour ending 9, E max has been dropped to 100. Hour ending 10, E max has been dropped to 50. So to start, the resource has 225 megawatt hours. Prices are $50. Now, what you'll see in this one is that the E max is binding such that the resource has to continually dispatch irrespective of economic conditions. Can we move it 2 slides, please? So you see that, so that E max is that black line, and the E min is the red line, right? And the green line, again, is the LMP, the orange line is the discharging bid, and the purple line is that charging bid. So irrespective of what the LMP is in this time horizon, irrespective, this resource needs to discharge continuously in order to meet the stated target Emax that was provided to the market. So if, like we had seen in the first example, if the end of hour state of charge parameters weren't there, we would actually see that the resource would charge between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. No, because it would be economic. It would be below the charging bid, so it would be economic to charge, as requested by the resource. However, with the end of hour state of charge taking precedent, the resource is instead continually discharging to meet the requirements set out. Next slide, please. So this next example will show will demonstrate how the E-min works, and how that raising that E-min bar will also make the resource, will constrain the resource such that, or constrain the market such that the resource will end up within the range. So at 8:45, current SOC is 150, with EAM prices at the $75 mark. Hourly discharge of 100 megawatts is expected and scheduled for the remainder of that hour ending 10. Next slide, please. And so this is a write-out of what's happening across the intervals throughout the day. I believe the slide deck has already been shared with everyone, so feel free to take a look and take a second look at these examples, and feel free to reach out with any questions that you may have about them. Next slide, please. We'll go one more slide. Okay, maybe one more. Thank you. Can we do one more, please? Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so looking at this graph, right? So, you know, the important line here is now that target E-min line, that red line, right? Where, as you see throughout the day, the resource has been, the scheduling coordinator has requested that that the market optimize and the market keep the resource within an ever decreasing sized range, right? So at first it's 0, then it's 100, then it's 200, 300, right? And also note that it's an end of hour state of charge value, right? So the only values that are really binding as a constraint is that final end of hour number, right? So the resource may be, maybe above or below. It may even be, maybe above or below the range, respectively, so long as it ends the range within it, so long as it ends the hour within the range, right? So as you can see, this makes the resource, especially in the later hours of the day, this makes the resource keep on charging even when it would be economic to discharge, because the E-min, it keeps on increasing, right? And the optimization, the multi-interval optimization, is ensuring that the resource meets the E-min in hour ending 15, 16, 17. Okay, I think I see something in the chat. Let's take that.
Christina, did you want to read it off?
Yes. We received a question in the chat from Danny Dale regarding economic bids and self-schedules. He wrote, "The difference that has been observed is that SOC is only considered in the market optimization when a bid string is attached to the resource. This causes issues when testing BESS resources in the market. What can be done during the testing?" And then he also wrote, "As resources are testing, it can lend itself to charging, discharging faster than the test schedule that was provided. This can cause significant ACE issues." And then he has a second question of, "Is the suggested method to bid the resources?" So the first question here is, what can be done during the testing? And then the second question is, is the suggested method to bid the resources?
Good question. I don't know the answer to this question. Does anyone else know the answer of what happens during testing currently? If not, we can take this question offline and get back to you, Danny, with a follow-up.
Yeah, Mark Richardson here. So Danny, hope you're doing well. A long time no talk. So absolutely, we're well aware of some of the challenges your team has had bringing on new batteries in that testing phase, and we actually have a topic on it after lunch where we start talking about resource testing with Brian Stockdale, and I think that'll be a good opportunity to talk about some of the challenges these NGRs are having, taking into consideration when there's no bid, the associated ramp rates across the hour, and how that might conflict with those associated test schedules. So we'll absolutely look forward to your engagement in that conversation.
Great. Thank you very much, Mark. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Danny, for the question. I'm looking forward to learning more this afternoon with you on this topic.
Thank you. We have a question in the room, comment, John Kitchen.
Yeah, this is John Kitchen from Portland General Electric. So we're new to the battery world, so we just had several batteries come online late last year, and we just got to the point where we started bidding them actually on the 21st. So we don't have a whole lot of experience yet. We did have CAISO come visit us and give us a heads up with a lot of things, but sounds like so far what we're hearing is CAISO either has the batteries providing ancillary services or energy capacity being by bidding, and not necessarily a mixture of both. One of the things that we were testing is being able to both bid energy capacity along with reserving ancillary services. And so, one of the things that CAISO did bring up to us was that when we do that, it's not going to reserve the state of charge. So it will reserve the megawatt capacity, but it won't reserve the Emax. We were playing around and trying to see if there were ways to do that by trying to reserve the state of charge using the end of hour state of charge, for example, and bidding that in. But we found out through the testing that only reserves it by the end of the hour. So for example, if you reserve 50 megawatts of spin on a 200 megawatt battery, that only guarantees at the end of the hour that you'll have 50 megawatt hours remaining. So during the middle of the hour, it could go down to 0 and you don't actually have any spinning reserves available. So there may be other things that we find, but that's one nuance that we see right now is we really have no way to guarantee our spinning reserves when we bid a battery in right now. We're trying to figure out how to manage that, and I don't really have an answer, but aside from maybe if we put in an outage card or something to raise the E-min to reserve that capacity.
So there is, so there's a multitude of tools available to you in cyber when you're talking about bidding, where you actually provide the min and max SOC values to for that hour to ensure the optimization remains within that range. So it'll ensure you have a certain level of load max, or you're only optimizing between certain levels of that load max range. So for a 400 megawatt hour battery, you have the ability as the marketer to say, I want my min level at 100 megawatt hours, depending on how much you plan on utilizing for reserve, and my max at 350, and it would optimize between that. The CAISO model has a non-REM and REM NGR model. The REM NGR model is only for regulation. The non-REM does co-optimize between energy and AS, and we do see quite often batteries getting awarded both AS and energy in the same intervals, but the SOC and the associated rules within the CAISO footprint and then the market, the optimization will ensure the SOC can support a feasible AS award. Now, I'm not too familiar, and Fan unfortunately isn't in here right now to fully speak to why that doesn't apply to WEIM, and it may be related to base schedules or some of the way we handle ABC and things like that. But I think that might be a good opportunity for a future enhancement around SOC management within the WEIM community. And I'll actually be talking about WEIM enhancements right before lunch.
Yeah, we're still testing, so I think we have a lot more that we can try out, but one of the things that I was also thinking of is when you talk about that as well, like I don't know if we enter the bid range capacities, how the market will respond to that. Just like if we submitted an outage card with an EMIN, if we go below that EMIN value, like let's just say we submitted an EMIN of 50 megawatts, so just in my example, we want to maintain 50 megawatts of spinning reserves, and the market took us down to that limit because maybe, the prices dictated that, and it took us down to that limit. And then we had an event and we needed to call on it, and now our SOC goes below that limit. How is the market going to respond? Right, that's part of the problem. So
Yeah,
if we put
no,
that
good.
in our bidding capacity
Right.
numbers as well, how is the market going to respond when we actually call on it for an event when our SOC goes below that value, goes below that threshold? So I think, I mean, we still have more testing to do and stuff, but I think that's maybe something that we need to discuss more about how we treat ancillary services with batteries and how the market responds.
Just to ensure the SOC is in a feasible state to provide that reserve if needed. I think that's a great topic to talk about in the future. And I don't know if we had any battery SMEs on the line. Oh, we got
Fisher.
Mr. Robert Fisher over here. Go ahead.
Comment/question. These comments have brought up some very interesting topics, and I would appreciate if you get Fan back in here, because Danny said that the state of charge is not considered with purely a base schedule or self-schedule. Can we get some confirmation on that? Because that sounds a little interesting. And then AS with the batteries, this has been an open topic in my mind, and it's great to hear that this is being brought up. So it'd be nice to understand how the market is really functioning and holding those values.
Yeah. When you say AS, you mean in the context of WEIM?
Spin and non-spin, yes.
Okay.
Because
okay.
it's completely different for the CAISO, because
Right.
they procure and
Right.
Optimize for AS within
Yep.
their market for themselves versus EIM.
Right.
It's purely base schedule. So if we could get some confirmation on that, that'd be really nice for battery management, because this AS is somewhere we're considering going, and especially with this base schedule with no SOC, I'm a little concerned.
Yeah.
About that.
So, Yannick, are you able to unmute yourself and speak
yes.
to SOC consideration in the optimization when there's only a base schedule or only a self-schedule?
Yeah, so Robert is correct. If we only have a base schedule, then we don't manage, the ISO doesn't manage the SOC. So the SOC is ignored. We just apply the base schedule as it is given to us with no consideration whatsoever for the SOC. It's only when the resources participates into the market and provides bids that we keep track of the SOC and make sure that everything stays within limits.
And Yannick, can you confirm, as long as there's a base, the unit can have a base schedule at, say, I'm just going to say 0, and then a energy bid going from PMIN to PMAX. In that instance, the SOC is managed by the associated market.
Yes, if we do have a bid, it should be managed by the market. That's correct.
Just to confirm, little nuances in the verbiage. If you have a self-schedule only, is that considered a bid?
That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure myself. I would say yes, but I would need to double check.
Okay, but base schedule only is not managed. So that's that's basically SC knows best type of situation.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay,
the SOC is not considered in the base schedule case.
And I'm pinging Fan on that self-schedule question. And then, Yannick, did you want to speak to reserve and SOC management in the context of WEIM as it functions today?
Yeah, so it seems to me that any resources, any batteries participating in the market and having AS awards, we have a set of constraints called ASOC constraints, which will ensure that we reserve enough capacity, enough SOC to support those ancillary service awards. So in my mind, it should not be an issue that, you run out of SOC and so you cannot support your, spin award or regulation up award. The market is supposed to make sure that we have enough energy for that, enough SOC stored for that.
As I understand it, that SOC constraint is purely for CAISO resources. It's not related to base schedule submission for EIM. Well, that
Yes.
constraint.
Yeah, that would be for
Does
participating resources.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily participating resources. That's for CAISO awarded AS. Is that related to base scheduling from an EIM perspective?
I don't think so. I think it's. I think you're correct. It's for CAISO awarded AS.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So it'd be nice
yeah,
to get some understanding how, if there is any constraints that actually take into consideration the base schedule, spin or non-spin regular breakdown.
Yeah, if they come as base schedules, I don't think those constraints apply.
I think we could follow up with confirmation on market treatment with just base in the context of NGRs.
Yeah, these are SOC considerations, so those constraints are only going to apply if we consider the SOC, which is not the case in the case of base schedules.
Thank you, Yannick.
Okay, thank you. Christina, you said there's another hand raised from Dustin Herrick.
Yes, if we could please unmute Dustin Herrick, and then we have another hand raised afterwards.
Hey, this is Dustin from Portland General. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yep, just following up on what John Kitchen was saying, we've been doing some testing with our batteries, really just for the last week. We've been bidding them in, and we're bidding them in a way that we're attempting to get the market to really move them around more, so it's not necessarily the way we will bid them long term. And what we've seen, if we put spin on a unit, it does appear to be correctly holding back the megawatt value. So if we have a 200 megawatt battery and we got 25 megawatts of spin, it's not going to dispatch it above 175. That definitely seems to be working. Our conversations with CAISO when they came up and visited was that being a non-CAISO resource, it's an EIM resource, the SOC likely won't be managed for spin properly, and that's what we're trying to figure out. I would say our testing has not run into the scenario yet where the market has pushed us below that SOC, but I don't know that it's because there's a function in place preventing that. So I think we're gonna continue testing and try and bid it in a way that the market would want to take it all the way to zero and see if it actually stops. But my understanding is there's multiple ways that the GO could put in the bids or either put in a end of hour SOC or a self schedule. And we're just trying to figure out what is the way that'll actually work. And so if you guys, when you're considering that, just provide any information you can on what methods would ensure an EIM entity resource with bids can hold back sufficient SOC for their spin and also not run into the problem that John mentioned of if we then use it, will that cause a problem? So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Christina, looks like we have Julie McCollum from SRP with her hand raised.
Yes, go ahead, Julie, you're now unmuted.
Hi, good morning, I guess still. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Wonderful, thank you. So I think this raises an important point. Everyone's touched on this, and it seems like there are a lot of both CAISO and non-CAISO individuals. What I mean by that is like people actually working at CAISO, and then the WEIM participants saying, we think this is how some of these features work, and with the volume of batteries that have become and will become participating resources in the very near future, I think it's going to be, it's really important, and I know it's really valuable to us to get specific rule-based answers on how these mechanisms are going to work in real time, because I think you're going to run into a lot of entities in the DI and the WEIM in particular who have an interest in not only leveraging their battery fleet to manage their ancillary needs, but also participate in the market. And so I think there's some clarity that's needed in terms of how these things are going to interplay between base schedules and bids. And I know this is a new topic for us all for the most part. But again, if there is any way to sort of prioritize those conversations, I think that's really critical for us, at least.
Thank you very much for that feedback, Julie. Much appreciated. So currently we're running efforts in terms of enhancing the storage markets and also providing education in the storage design and modeling initiative. This is definitely very helpful feedback that we will take back, and we're happy to commit to collecting some questions and creating a FAQ document, whether that comes through the policy side, whether that comes through stakeholder engagement via Mark Richardson's team. So thank you very much for your feedback. We're looking forward to your questions, and we'll track them down and get some written guidance back out.
Great, thank you. And just to sort of point you in a particular direction, there are business rules in cyber which specifically define certain situations. Personally, for me, because of the way those statements are structured, they're inherently formula driven, which I understand why. There's a lot of good information in there, but it's really sort of difficult to dissect, especially if you are trying to submit a bid and you get an error of that type. So that might be a good starting point as far as what guidance already exists, but maybe just needs to be kind of translated into plain English a little bit better. And again, thanks for keeping this topic top of mind.
Thank you, Julie. Appreciate it.
Dinesh, do you have any other comments?
No, I think we can move on to the next topic. Thank you very much, Christina and Salim.
Christina, do we have any other hands? Okay, looks like we don't. Any in the room? It looks like we have one from Robert Fisher.
Hi, Robert Fisher from MV Energy. I just want to confirm, you got me thinking about this. Does a base schedule affect the economics? Say you put a base schedule in for discharge versus charge. Does that affect the economics in any way? Assuming you put in a participating bid. Just to give you a little history, that with the MSG resources, based upon where you put your base schedule, it could affect the economics in regards to which configuration you put it in. So I just wanted to confirm. I assume the answer is no. I wanted to check.
Yannick.
So affect the economics in what way? Because we're all just going to follow the base schedule, right?
No, assuming you have a bid as well as a base schedule. So say bid battery min, battery max, but you base schedule the discharge. In the market, is there any economic incentive because of where that base schedule is applied?
That's a good question. I'm not exactly sure what happens if you submit both a base schedule and a bid. Which one would take precedence?
I assume it doesn't affect it, but I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, we could take that back and kind of include that in that form of matrix that was requested, where at least what I'm hearing from this group is a matrix on battery treatment and EIM and the interplay between the associated markets.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have some action items for this topic. Any other comments, questions in the room or online?
I'm not seeing any questions coming in online.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next presentation on policy initiative updates and stakeholder engagement.
We're going to come up here and use this microphone here. So Juan Betrago, account manager, part of Mark Richardson's team, partner with Philippe here for the EIM. I get to finally be the one to say it. I'm standing between you and lunch. Happy to answer any questions, but let's get to this. We wanted to have an opportunity to just present you with some of the different engagement opportunities that are here at the ISO. We did hear very clearly earlier this year that there are a lot of different irons in the fire, that it has been a challenge, right, for stakeholder bandwidth, which is why we did that prioritization survey for not only next year's policy initiatives, but also taking a look at the current initiatives that are in flight in 2025. And so with that, we just wanted to provide kind of a brief overview of all the initiatives that are in flight here. If there are any that you have not had a chance to really engage on too strongly, I would encourage us to leverage our team, reach out to Philippe, reach out to myself, let us know, and we'd be happy to kind of coordinate or facilitate engagement in those efforts. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. If you're not already on this email, I would encourage you to reach out and get on it. This is just a stakeholder engagement team's email that we send next week at the ISO. We will go through all of those different areas that are on CAISO.com or on the EIM portal. We try to facilitate and kind of cater a message to you. So you will come in, either Philippe or myself will send it on Sunday night, generally speaking. You'll have a listing of all the different EIM meetings that are coming up that week, the stakeholder meetings that are coming up that week, comment submission deadlines. So it's just a good way to kind of start your week off and know exactly where are all the different engagement points for you, or any kind of high priority items that we would like to highlight to the community. And we also have just our recurring engagement touch points that we have. We want to get your feedback. I think a steady cadence for these meetings always helps quite a bit. And we're also able to take any kind of escalated item that you guys may have and partner with our customer experience team, who answers all of your city tickets, or if we need to have any kind of a policy initiative.
Yeah, and if you don't have a touch point with one of the account managers, because I know there's a couple entities we do not have a touch point with, just contact Juan or I, and we can set one of those up for you.
We'll try to, we'll work with you on your schedule. We have entities that we do it biweekly, we have monthly, but again, just kind of that recurring cadence and a steady touch point is generally a good thing. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. Now, we also have a couple of user groups that I think it's important for those here to perhaps ensure that others in your organization are plugged into the right areas. So we obviously have our WIM meetings, there's the policy initiatives, but there are 3 particular user groups, and wanted to kind of just go over the target audience for these. You will find these all on the CAISO.com calendar. They will also be included in that weekly email. But for example, right now we have a lot of items around EDAM and EDAM implementation. These forums are addressing those topics. And so to have your settlement staff that have any questions or have any feedback on current initiatives or anything that may be a recent event that is actually going to be affecting settlements or invoicing, we have that settlements user group. These are all bi-weekly, same weekday, same time, just again, that recurring cadence. We call that the SUG. You guys know we love our acronyms here at the ISO. So ensuring that your settlements team or a representative of your settlements team is plugged in to the SUG, or if you have any kind of questions on future changes and what the settlements implication might be of any of the future changes, we have that forum for you. We also have the TUG, or the technical user group meeting. This is going to be something that requires a developer account. you go to developer.kaiso.com. You can register for that account. This would be for the IT staff that are responsible from a system perspective of making sure that there's a system readiness. So this is for any code changes prior to going live. If you want to attend all of these meetings, go for it. If you have that's some amazing time management. So again, go back to your organization, make sure the right people are plugged in. There's really good information that is shared in all these user groups. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, we have the materials posted, the presentation agenda on the ISO website.
And then we have the release user group. So this is a little bit after the tug, so we call this one the rug. It would be important for staff responsible for testing that new functionality prior to going live to be able to join this group. And again, we have the recordings of these meetings, so it's bi-weekly, same time, same day. But if you miss it, we do post those recordings. So I think just having a point person at each organization that fits this target audience, kind of following this, should ensure quite a bit of readiness and understanding what's coming in. Let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. Then we also have our forums. I'm not going to go into the joint WIM forum. You're already here. But we also have our quarterly forecasting forum. Feline, would you like to cover the quarterly forecasting forum a little bit?
Yeah, we have those, like Juan said, quarterly. We have one scheduled at the end of June. And then the short-term forecasting team is always looking for comments, questions from the WIM community related to forecasting related issues. And then also if your entity wants to present on that, that's always welcome and appreciated. But we have had a lot of engagement and participation in the past, so that's a good one for entities to be engaged in.
We also have our bi-weekly operations call that happens on Wednesday mornings. This is to really maintain the situational awareness and discuss any events or circumstances that have happened or planned to happen. We've had a lot of active discussion in this forum over the last couple of weeks. So really, again, if you're on the operations side, make sure your operations folks are plugged into that forum. And then, of course, we have the WIM EDAM Interplay series. This series has moved as we're kind of ramping up. It's moved from a bi-monthly cadence to now a monthly cadence. Is the third Thursday of every month. You can find that on the calendar on the EIM portal. And this is to ensure that the WIM community is aware of the potential changes that might impact their WIM participation with the inception of EDAM. So for example, at the last call, and same thing for all of these are on the portal. We post our presentations and the recordings of the call. So for example, at our last call, we discussed how those base CTSRs are going to change to mirrors and the associated changes with the adjacents for an EDAM entity, how it looks like from WIM to EDAM, and things of that nature. So again, we're ramping that one up now to monthly. So anybody who, this one is really for anybody who would be interested. Let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. All right, so let's get into, again, just a brief overview of where we are in case you haven't been plugged into the effort or you've taken a little bit of a pause. This is to give you a snapshot in time so you can understand what this initiative is covering, kind of what the immediate next action or latest development is. So on the price formation examples, this is an initiative that is broad scoped, covering 3 different items with scarcity pricing and the BAA level market power mitigation lumped together into one track. So beyond just scarcity pricing, I wanted to give a little bit more flavor on what's being discussed there. There have been discussions on should we create an ORDC-like mechanism. There has been a lot of discussion on what would be the appropriate level for the for vol, or the value of lost load, and taking all of these different items into account for scarcity pricing, how to best reflect scarcity, how to potentially reflect impending scarcity, as well as is there the need to potentially design some kind of a circuit breaker mechanism once scarcity pricing gets to a certain level that it's actually not incenting that next megawatt to come in. The BAA level market power mitigation has been lumped together with that. And in this, we're discussing the design of a grouping approach to the BAA level market power mitigation test, as well as the question of the ISO's inclusion into that test. And for the latest development, we talked about fast start pricing through this initiative for quite some time. Again, I mentioned that 2025 revised policy catalog, that survey that we sent out, and results from that stakeholder feedback. This track, the fast start pricing track, has been postponed to be reassessed in 2026. And as far as what's next, what's the most recent development here, the PFE team is expecting to publish a straw proposal end of June of this year on the topics of scarcity pricing and BAA level market power mitigation. So stay tuned for that, and we look forward to your engagement and your comments as we kind of move into that policy development space. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. We just had Dinesh kind of give us a brief snapshot of MIO. There's a lot of that information that came, multi-interval optimization. A lot of that information is coming from the storage design and modeling initiative. Again, kind of a broad initiative broken up into several tracks. You have outage management. They're going to be dealing with uplift in the default energy bids, SOC management. We recently had a BPM change that dealt with SOC management, the formulation there for an immediate change. The continued discussion to that design is happening within this policy initiative, and then also kicking off that distribution level impaired resources as it relates to storage design and modeling. So a couple of next steps here. It's about to be posted, right? So we have Dinesh on the line responsible for this one. The discussion paper for distribution level impaired resources targeted to be posted later this week. And then we also have each track kind of moving into that policy development. So the revised straw proposal for the outage management topic is targeted at the end of June. Let's go ahead and move to the next slide. I'm incredibly biased on this one, I'll admit that. So with that being said, we have the Demand and Distributed Energy Market Integration Working Group. Again, another very broad group. We took items from the policy roadmap of last year, that 2025 roadmap, and now we're getting into not only addressing those items, but also new topics that have come up through the stakeholder discussion. So we're going to be covering, we already have covered the initial discussion on performance evaluation methodologies, how to best capture that counterfactual, the applicability of performance evaluation methodologies, depending on which entity you are. We're going to be moving into that enhancing demand flexibility market options, and I really wanted to bring this up at today's forum because there are a couple of items there. I'd say the next couple of sessions for DDEMI, it would be very important for the EIM community to engage. We're going to be talking about proposals of potentially using the NGR model for demand response in an EIM entity to kind of deal with that both positive and negative direction for any kind of pre-cooling or any snapback load. We've heard proposals to just incorporate demand response into base schedules. We're going to talk about hydrogen electrolyzers and whether they need a new participation model, which in essence, yes, it's hydrogen electrolyzers are kind of bringing up the topic, but really we're talking about how and if we need a new participation model to deal with a very blocky load where it just has discrete targets that it can hit. From there, we're going to move on to reliability-based CR. We'll talk about economic demand response. Again, that's also going to be something that we'll be talking about modifying PDR model, and so EIM community specific there. Expanding demand-side bidding options, and then DER, which again is something the EIM community has proposed to us, which is the expansion of DER to EIM and EDAM. So again, a very broad topic, a very broad working group rather. We are going to be updating our discussion paper to reflect the last theme that we covered, which is that performance evaluation methodologies. So that discussion paper will be forthcoming. And we will be diving into that next theme of demand flexibility market options. Looking forward to the EIM community's engagement there. Let's go ahead and move to the next slide, and I'll hand it off to Faleem. Oh, I think I got a couple more, actually.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yep, sorry about that. We also have our GHG working group. Right now, this initiative is covering that non-price approach to GHG reduction, and is kind of finishing out some conversation around EDAM and WIM GHG design. This was another item, or another working group rather, that was part of this stakeholder survey on prioritization. And so we're moving forward with what we heard is kind of ready to go. We took it as a proxy of the amount of time stakeholders had to present or to commit to an effort. And this has been a long-going one. So we're almost there. We already have the straw proposal published for the accountant reporting approach. Comments on that are due tomorrow. Let's go ahead and move to the next slide real quick. And I'll hand it off to Faleem.
Thanks, Juan. So just brief update on the Assistance Energy Transfer Extension. So as you know, the Assistance Energy Transfer allows energy transfers at a surcharge between BAAs within the WIM when a BAA fails resource efficiency evaluation. So the AET has been used up to 10 different BAAs occurring at time of stressed conditions. Last month, Danny Johnson, he presented on an assistance energy extension. So this came about due to a need of a near-term solution to preserve the existing level of reliability. The current design has it expiring on December 31st, 2025. And this proposal extended the AET design by removing the sunset date. We did receive comments from 9 entities who were supportive of extended the AET. There has been mention of further discussion at a later point and possibly modifying that design to avoid any economic displacement. When that happens, we will engage the stakeholder community on that one. Next steps, there will be a presentation at July's Board of Governor meeting. Next slide. So an update on the gas resource management. So that one ensures gas resources are able to fully participate in the ISO run markets while efficiently recovering their operational costs. So for that one, recently we had an issue paper that was issued actually in February. So this paper details potential approaches for policy development based on working group recommendations. We did receive stakeholder feedback on that issue paper, identifying priorities for policy development. So I did document here what the stakeholder community aligned with, and those objectives were the T+2 assessment and coordination, gas volatility and reference level changes, and gas burning limitations. Comments were submitted last month, and the next step is to come up with a straw proposal that will be in the upcoming week. So we will notify the stakeholder community when that straw proposal comes out.
And Faleem, just a quick plug. Comments are due, I believe, tomorrow, if I recall correctly. So FYI for those following.
Thank you. Next slide. Okay, FERC 881. So for this one, I just wanted to go over some of the implementation highlights for FERC 881 and where you can receive their information, that information. Juan went over already the SUG and the TUG and all those groups that you can participate in to learn more about FERC 881 and where we're at. We do have the 3 tracks, the real-time reliability applications and track 2 operational EMS model data applications. Those are in flight to be completed by June 2025. As for track 3, we do have an extension that was approved by FERC, and that was an extension of time up to and including October 15th, 2027 for those public transmission providers. We are looking to have further discussion for transmission operators on compliance, timeline implementation, and the plan is to send a survey to those operators. So take a look. We'll again engage with the stakeholder community on when that survey will be available. All right, next slide. So I wanted to give a brief update on EDAM activities. So as we had said before, we are continuing implementation activities with Pacific Core in Portland. The plan is for Pacific Core to enter in spring 2026, PGE fall 2026. I know the Heidi and the training team have been training on that one, and there are the presentations posted on the portal for those. Draft EDAM business practices will be available for publication in July, and that will go through the stakeholder processes. And then, as most of you know, most of you have been highly engaged in the EDAM congestion revenue allocation initiative. We just had a last working group, I think it was on Tuesday, evaluating aspects of congestion revenue allocation among EDAM balancing areas. That is slated for presentation to the Board of Governors on June 19th. And next slide. Okay, so just wanted to go over the growing EDAM market footprint. So we have executed EDAM implementations with 6 entities here, and then I won't read off each of them, but here we have the list of the 6 along with the implementation dates there. So from 2026 to 2028. And as you know, Turlock, TID, and Imperial Irrigation District signed an agreement in the last couple of weeks. So TID a couple of weeks ago, I think 2 weeks ago, and then IID this week. I do have listed here the 5 entities that are leaning or have the intention to join EDAM. So we will be working with those entities to educate more on the EDAM process. I think that's the last slide for EDAM. Okay. Any questions?
I'm not seeing any questions coming in online at this moment.
We did our best to go through those quickly to stay on path to lunch. We do have 2 minutes though, so Mark, I'm going to give the floor to you and maybe we can talk a little bit about enhancements.
Yeah, no, thank you, Juan. Appreciate that. And this is kind of hot off the press yesterday. So we have a topic after lunch to talk about ETSR, RTSI, redundancy, and interim solution versus long-term solution, as I know that continues to be a challenge within the community. As you guys recall, we had the 2024 Fab 5 enhancements that they were coined, 3 of which were delivered. We're still working through the ETSR safety nets, as well as what we're talking about later is the ETSR redundancy. With that said, I did receive approval to move forward with working with the community on prioritizing the next Fab 5 and what's most important to you guys. So you're going to see some efforts kicked off here in the second half of the year, Q3, Q4, on identifying what those are so that the ISO team can go back, make the associated feasibility assessments from a technology perspective, policy considerations, tariff implications, and all that other fun stuff that they do prior to going forward with the project, with the hopes of starting that work in 2026. So definitely look forward to prioritizing the current list of WEIM enhancements. So we'll be posting those, socializing them, and then going through them as a community as to which are most important to your organization, and we'll let the stakeholder community drive which 5 we pursue. So that was the fun little update right before you guys go down and enjoy tacos today here, Taco Thursday. Thank you, Juan.
Any comments in the room or online before we break for lunch? Okay, I don't see any in the room. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. We'll go ahead and break and commence at 1:00 p.m. Thank you.
And if you go down.
Okay, thank you for coming back, and I hope you all had a nice lunch. We're going to go ahead and kick off with our next topic. So that one's going to be on ETSR and RTSI redundancy. And Mark Richardson and Jamil Dayak will be presenting on that one.
All right. Thank you, Faleem, and hope everyone had a good hour break. And again, I want to thank everyone for their engagement for the first half of today's meeting. I thought there was a really good dialogue between the community, and I definitely encourage that here on this next topic, as I know it's one of the favorites from the community. So let's go ahead and go to the next. All right. So the first thing I wanted to do here is kind of level set on what a base energy transfer system resource, or an ETSR, is, right? So within the WEIM community, a base ETSR refers to the predefined, non-optimized bilateral energy transaction between two participating balancing authority areas. So those key characteristics, as I mentioned, these represent bilateral transfers between two areas. They're static in nature. So once submitted, and as we all know, the defined timeline is by T-minus 57 to be represented in the T-minus 55 base schedule submission deadline. Once submitted, they're static, and any changes to those volumes, so those changes come in form of tag changes, are represented in RTSI, and I'll be talking about what RTSI is here on the next slide. But they're used for market visibility. These schedules help the market operator, CAISO, maintain an accurate view of expected interchange between the BAAs, which is critical for system balancing and reliability. And again, I want to emphasize these are not subject to market optimization, unlike the dynamic ETSRs. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So level setting on real-time scheduling interface, or RTSI. In the context of WEIM, the RTSI ensures that the CAISO and participating entities have the most current and accurate data of energy transfers, which supports reliability operations and associated settlements. What this entails, it's a mechanism to submit and update ETSR schedules in real time, so post that T-minus 57.5 cutoff. It allows the entity to modify base ETSR schedules within the operating hour to reflect what's actually happening or changes to those bilateral agreements. These RTSI updates are critical for maintaining accurate visibility of inner balancing area transfers, which directly impacts system balancing and market operations. And then definitely the after-the-fact submission is utilized for settlement and auditing purposes. There's been some challenges with the after-the-fact submissions, sometimes inadvertently submitted many months later, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, so background on the need for redundancy. So by design, currently only one entity is authorized to act as a submitting party for a base ETSR, pre-hour RTSI, and after-the-fact RTSI. Based on stakeholder feedback over the years, when the designated submitting party is unable to fulfill that role, several potential impacts may arise, and definitely not, including but not limited to, from an ETSR perspective, a diminished accuracy in the WEIM assessment of the affected BAA's power balance, inaccurate and balanced settlements, and challenges in reconciling or shadowing market results, and then failure of the associated balancing tests, which leads to, depending on whether or not you're opted into AET, locking of those ETSRs and a less than optimal market solution. When this fails for RTSI, we often see ACE, or area control error issues, which obviously feeds reliability issues, and then again, a less than optimal solution given RTSI feeds the FMM market. Next slide, please. And Jamil, by all means, please stop me if I'm mischaracterizing anything. So again, more background here. It needed 2 slides given how long this topic has been discussed. There's definitely been multiple efforts to address a long-term solution. It got official movement when it was coined the 2024. It raised to the level of priority for the Fabulous 5 enhancements. It was prioritized accordingly, and then it's been committed to get started post EDAM and DAME go live. There is a BRS that's been posted to the website for quite some time. I'm happy to follow up to everyone that registered to this meeting, as well as maybe making a plug for it in the biweekly ops call, a link to that BRS for everyone to go take a look at. So The ISO and WEIM community acknowledged that there needs to be an interim measure. Earlier this year, when a specific entity was failing to submit their RTSI and/or base transfers, we saw the ripple effects of that, going back to some of the challenges that get presented when an entity fails. And any adjacent party they also feel those effects. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, so things to kind of start considering, and I wanted to kind of list these here to make sure everyone's thinking about this when we start talking about interim solutions, right? First and foremost, we need to make sure we get consensus across the community, right? What works for one party may not work for another, whether it's due to their OAT framework, due to their business practice, due to the feasibility of them being able to implement whatever interim solution we come up with. So this needs to be a community decision on how to move forward. That I already kind of mentioned feasibility, right? Is it manual versus automated? The last thing we want to do is have our operations, actual physical operator, potentially putting in the wrong value when we talk about manual entry, right? Ideally, it's an automated solution. Technical timelines, to the extent there's a technical change, where does that fit in the pipeline of work that's currently ongoing here at the California ISO? Do we have tariff authority? You know, to the extent we start talking about who's the submitting party, when to make the submitting party change, what happens if that data doesn't line up, the settlement ramifications of that data not lining up, all that other fun stuff. So we got to consider tariff, BPM, and operating procedure ramifications for anything when we start talking about solutions. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So this slide is meant to really kind of, and I titled it as such, let's get those wheels turning, right? When we start thinking about some ideas around that interim solution. You know, we've heard some things over the past few years as far as ideas go. Some folks kind of get ETSR and RTSI mixed up, which is why, you know, Jamil and I really wanted to articulate them as separate items while there's interplay between the two. You know, one solution may be specific to RTSI, whereas a different solution may be specific to the ETSR redundancy. So by no means is anything listed here final, committed to, right? We're going to walk through and you'll see it in the next slide around next steps, but we're going to be working through as a community some of these interim solutions and really deciding as a group what makes sense given the associated timelines. But something that I really wanted to kind of highlight, at the end of the day, you know, a EIM entity needs to have their own ability from a redundancy perspective to submit through other needs when they're having issues, right? Whether it's directly through BSAP, whether it's directly through another third-party tool, like there's definitely got to be some redundancy given the associated reliability implications when RTSI is being failed to submit. And then we also, as a community, need to start thinking about adequate monitoring around those submissions, whether you're comparing what you are submitting versus your neighbor, or you're confirming the values that are being submitted are in fact not stale and up to date based on the most recent information. So for ETSRs, some of the things that have kind of been discussed over the past, creating duplicate transfers for the adjacent party. Right, so there was a few things around there that were discussed. You know, it's an idea, which is great. No idea is a bad idea, and let's kind of talk through those pros and cons around that. Creating duplicate transfers for the adjacent party, depending on which entity you are and how many adjacent parties you have. That may result in another, I don't know, 30, 40 ACTSRs that now have to be managed and potentially can be duplicated, like causing duplicate values to the extent the other party is also submitting for that same hour. So that's one of the challenges to consider with that item. Endorsed access, right? So the endorsed access would require, I'm just going to say, let's choose APS and SRP, for example. So if there's a base transfer between APS and SRP, APS is the submitting party, if APS were to create a new BSC ID and establish those base transfer IDs to that new base scheduling ID, and then endorse that access to SRP, at any point in time, SRP can go into BSAP or their third-party tool based on their access and represent that base transfer. The positive of this is there's no potential for duplication of submissions or double counting, and it still gives the true primary party the ability to update that base ETSR by T-40 if they wish to do so to be fed into the associated optimization. And then another item that was brought up as it pertains to ETSRs is the ability to assign a submitting party on demand, right? So the on demand is the long-term solution around automation. There's definitely some challenges when you start thinking about that in the interim, right? Think about the three-part communication that would need to be required, the associated timing of when that announcement gets made, who's doing that assignment of submitting party. So let me pause there before we go into RTSI, see if I can get a reaction from the room. I don't know if Jamil, Michael Martin, if you guys wanted to add anything there from an ETSR perspective, but then would definitely love to hear from the audience on the phone as well. All right.
Christina, do we have anyone?
We just received a hand raised by Danny Dale.
Hi,
Mark,
Danny.
Oh, looks like
hey,
he
Mark,
lowered
can you
his
hear me
hand.
okay?
Oh,
No,
there
no,
you go. Yes.
Hey, Mark, with the ability to submitting party on demand long term, was that more for specific guide rails, or with respect to it has to have an end date? We know that a submitting party may be having some system upgrades, things of that nature, and they want to turn that over. That has to be agreed upon. And is that what you're talking about as far as long term, like on demand, this an agreed upon stance with a agreed upon due date? Is that kind of where you were going with that?
Depending on how the actual solution materializes, so master file today houses the submitting party flag. So depending on how the solution is brought forth to the community, let's just hypothetically, it's a flag and BAYOP that gets set, or some type of other action that the entity can perform, providing the ability for their adjacent to submit on their behalf. Do we override the master file flag? What happens in this instance, going back to my hypothetical example, if APS all of a sudden is able to start submitting again, right? Like the timing of that is where we need to have some consideration on, once that flag is flipped, how long does it have to remain that way? Does it default back during the nightly master file refresh? It's those type of things we need to work out as a community to ensure it makes sense, it's documented in an operating procedure, and everyone's aware of how to utilize that functionality.
All right, makes sense. And then on the endorsed access side, you mentioned ETSRs having their own unique SCID. The train of thought there is just to make that unique to ETSRs, TIDs, et cetera, or sorry, that's for ETSRs between two EIM entities. Is that, that looks like that would, I agree with you that it's probably a nice Band-Aid, but I do think that would require some system updates and, right, because then you're going to be changing your RTSI, your certs in your system, making sure a new SCID is mapped everywhere that's being touched within your system. So that seems pretty cumbersome. Just wanted to throw that consideration out there.
No, I appreciate that, Danny. And that's the endorsed access option that was discussed in the past, is the creation of a BSCID, not necessarily an SCID, because that still remains with the submitting party.
Gotcha.
But the BSCID, which I understand, based on third-party tools and to ensure that new BSCID access is mapped and all that other fun stuff, I understand there's work there. But from a CAISO system perspective, that could be done today, right? Where, going back to my example again, if APS was having an issue or if SRP was having an issue, either one of you can represent that base transfer based on that endorsed access, so that you're at least going into the hour with an appropriate base transfer and not necessarily getting, failing a balancing test or over and under scheduling penalties and all that other fun stuff.
Hey, Mark, we have a question from Bruce McAllister asking when we're going to be sending out a meeting notice for a working group, when the stakeholder process will start.
Yeah, so I'll cover that on the next slide, Bruce.
Okay.
I appreciate you. Any other comments on ETSR or thoughts in the room? Oh, Michael Martin, go for it.
Yeah, it's Michael Martin in operation. So, so walking through what happens if a participant doesn't provide limits ETSRs, then the default is it goes to 0, and then it impacts everyone. Another, maybe thinking out of the box, another option maybe we can land on extending the prior hour, what was done last hour, just extending it forward, or a set of default values that are non-zero. Something that's not perfect, but it's better than 0.
Yeah, and that's as it pertains to the associated limits for the transfers, correct? Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, no, I believe that's the safety net effort that's underway, correct? Yeah, okay, perfect, yes. Yeah, we have that documented for sure. No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Michael. Any other comments from the room from anyone in the community before I move on to RTSI?
We don't have anyone online.
All right, thank you. All right, so RTSI, right? So RTSI has a different type of ramification, as I previously covered. This has reliability implications. So there's been conversations around allowing duplicative submission. And Jamil, I believe we actually allow that today. We're just not consuming the non-submitting parties' RTSI values for that associated transfer, correct?
Correct. So in today's world, if you have two entities that share an ETSR, both are able to submit. The market will take into consideration only the one that has what we call the tag flag. Sort of misleading, doesn't mean they have to tag, but the primary submitting entity, and essentially ignore the other. Now, the nice part about having both submit is it does give us the ability to compare the two, which is really important for two entities to agree before they even submit on a value, because technically both entities are solving to that same value. So if you look at within each entity's AGC, that value should be the same between both systems. And so by having them both submit the same value, we can verify that it's the same. But back to your point, in today's world, we do allow it and we encourage it.
Yeah, no, thank you, Jamil. And I think, when we talked about the long-term solution and as defined in that BRS, there would be a automated fashion in which when one value is not being received, we would start consuming the associated, I'm going to call it sister value, from the adjacent party. So part of that conversation was focused on just the ability to kind of automatically switch over from one RTSI submitting value to another, to the extent the system sees that the primary party is having an issue. There was conversations around, well, how do we provide the entity the ability to monitor the associated values? Now, I believe that is visible at the entity level, or at least entities can share that information with one another. And then the last item that was talked about from a long-term solution is also the potential of being able to assign automatedly who the primary submitting party would be for whatever duration of time, depending on the extent of the nature of the issue causing the primary entity to not be able to submit. So let me pause there, see if there's anything else that you wanted to add, Jamil or Michael, on this, and see if there's any reaction from the community.
Hey, this is Jamil. So just sort of a kind of a summary. The base ETSR is a scheduled interchange between two BAs, two WEIM BAs. So we all acknowledge how important it is because scheduled interchange in any balancing system is important to be one known and consistent, So we acknowledge that having one entity submit it, is where we found the risk to be. Now, as Mark mentioned, we should put redundancies around how that value gets submitted just to make sure the system is safe. So I do encourage entities to determine ways that to create a redundancy for this value to be submitted just because of the importance of it. Now, second, again, because the importance, what we're trying to do is not jump on how to fix something because often if we try to solve a solution, in a silo, we might cause more problems than fix. So our goal here in the beginning on both the base schedule submission of the base ETSR as well as the RTSI is to make, one, make it available for the values to be submitted twice, one by the main submitting entity and another by the fallback entity. Make both values visible to both parties so you can fact check each other. So if I'm submitting a value and my opposite neighbor is submitting a different value, we can have a conversation about why. That's usually something we do during onboarding, but it's always good to keep that going if we can have those values provided and visible. We do believe that that will probably, just making them visible will probably solve most of our solutions, because if you make the value visible and one party sees that the other one is falling behind or differentiating in values, that'll quickly put people on the phone or quickly put them on alert that there's something going on. Why are the values different? But as Mark mentioned, long term, we will want to look into potentially offering a way to switch the primary and then fall to the submitting party as a secondary. Now, when we say long term, that's because of, again, having a process that today we switch over, we might cause more problems than fixes. If the secondary party isn't ready, if the secondary party value isn't agreed upon, and it could cause other problems that we end up just chasing our tail, trying to fix one, hurting ourselves. So we were thinking about how do we do this in a methodical, correct approach. And as I mentioned, first step we want to do is give the ability to submit submitting capabilities for both parties, and then two, making it visible on both sides.
Thank you, Jamil. Appreciate that. All right. Any questions before we move to next steps? Oh, we got a question in the room. Go ahead, John.
This is John Kitchen from Portland again. I just had a few questions and comments. Where is, like, you said that you're going to make it visible. For one, where would it be visible? And then a couple other questions would be, and thoughts would be, if the values are different by, say, a large magnitude, would there be a threshold at which you would trigger an action for CAISO's operators? Like, say if it was several hundred megawatts, would you trigger an alarm or something for like the RTMO or one of your operators to take action, right? Like, because if it's a reliability concern, that's one thought. And then also, is this something that you would also be looking to solve it within a BPM, or like how do we resolve an issue if two entities are submitting conflicting RTSI values?
Yeah. So just to be clear, we haven't gone down any path to making rules on how we would switch, and I don't believe our intention is for the RTMO to make that determination, because we believe that the BA knows more about their scheduled interchange than our RTMO will. And putting that onus on a separate entity to review BA data, it's good to have an extra set of eyes. Don't get me wrong. We might say, hey, the values are different. We might highlight them. But the true value really lies within the BA, because they know their own net schedule interchange.
Yeah, and Michael or Sherry, you're in the room as well. I believe there's some is it ETSR threshold? There's some type of threshold that I thought would trigger to the extent there's a large swing in data between intervals. Am I fishing here? Why does that ring a bell to me?
Well, I think the threshold is different than
Okay.
this topic,
Okay,
right?
thank you.
I think that from an RTMO perspective, we have talked about creating an alarm for us when those values are different. And we haven't talked about threshold, but at least that the values that we're receiving are different from those two entities and perhaps reaching out kind of as a interim first step. It would be very complicated for our TMOs to make any kind of decision or do anything.
You know, I understand. I'm not like trying to recommend that the CAISO take responsibility over like what two different VAs are submitting. What is likely to happen is probably a failure, some sort of system failure that didn't submit something, and it's likely going to take CAISO's help in troubleshooting that, right? And so that's probably going to result in a call to the RTMO, one way or another.
And I think
And
that,
so,
yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, and so that's where I was getting at is like, where is this going to be available, this information? Because we're going to, like, for example, if it was a PGE and one of our counterparts, you know, either us or our counterpart, we had bad data, right? I would want our operators to know, and I'd want their operators to know, and I'd want the RTMO to know. And then the three of us could work together. Right. So like, where is that data at? How do I flag all the operators to let them know? And like, how do we come to an agreement? I guess would be, yeah.
Trying not to jump too much to solution here, but just to, I think, highlight the problem. But the thought is, it's always best to see it in the source system. So base ETSRs are submitted to BSAP. If we show both entities the value, and we'll always highlight the primary, it gives the ability for the operators on the WEIM entity side to see the two values and to see that they're most of the time consistent, as we hope, as well as on the RTS side to show it in BAYOP, since that's where it's primarily used, and to show both sides and to highlight when it's different.
Okay, so we'd have it in BSAP and BAYOP. I think
that'd be cool.
I think BSAP would be nice because we could actually extract the data. BAYOP is challenging because we can't get the data into other systems, and then like if we wanted to pull it into something else to run a report or anything, it makes it more challenging. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and this so John, I appreciate you asking these questions because these are the exact things that we want to talk about during that focus group as we kind of walk through what a solution looks like. I believe there was another. Oh, Michael, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I'll continue on. The focus, I thought, was kind of on short-term solutions, and you know, we're talking about things that would be years from now, or we might as well just put in the full solution after EDAM.
Right.
So what can we do
in the interim? Yeah.
So if I've heard, you know, Sherry saying, well, we can start some monitoring up, and maybe take manual action, pick up the phone. And I'll go back to my other idea. If we can't solve the problem completely, maybe we can make it less bad. Maybe, again, you know, hello, my system's not working. Can you extend my base transfers, what I did last hour, to this hour? Not perfect, but at least better than zero. So that might be.
No, I appreciate that, Michael. All right. Any comments?
Dustin Herrick on the line.
Okay.
Dustin Herrick, PG. Yeah, well, I do want to caution against any kind of automated switching, which was discussed, for the reason that if a system's not being used for a long time, then we switch to it, it might be off. But in the instances where we've had trouble, you know, having a bad NSI for a small number of intervals, that's something we're going to roll through. We can manage that. But one example is that a customer for one of the TSPs tagged in a way that hadn't happened before, and the ETSR filter in one of the entity's systems simply failed to pick it up. And that was not a quick, easy fix. And so there was, hundreds of megawatts being tagged in a way that wasn't being captured for hours or even days on end in some cases. And so we were just forced to either fail balancing and load bias all week long, or balance to a bad number, then load bias. And so I'm not too concerned about very short term, like this hour kind of stuff. It's more once we realize there's a problem, if we could switch over to the backup source, that would be reasonable. And I can't speak for all the entities, but at least for us, we're submitting some of our ETSRs for, adjacencies with entities that entered before us, like PAC, and we are having it submitted for us by newer entities like BPA, but we're mirroring those calculations. So the ones we're submitting and the ones that we're not submitting are both being calculated. There's simply a flag in our system that says submit to BSAP or not. So it would be for us very easy to churn on the submissions for the ones that we're not doing today. But I do think it should be a manual call to make that switch. That would be, for instance, BPA and PGE realize that the BPA submission has an issue. We agree, let's call the RTMO and ask them to switch over to the alternate. Something like that I think would be sufficient. I am a little hesitant to automate something that might switch to a bad value.
Thanks for your comments, Dustin. Oh, you got something, Michael?
Yeah, let's walk through that a little more. So it's BPA is having the issue. You and BPA, I suppose, both see the issue. It would be BPA calling the RTMO, making a request. Because I don't think the request could come from PGE.
Agreed. Yeah, I think it would be BPA would make a request to RTMO. RTMO would call PGE and say, "Do you agree? Are your numbers ready?" And we would, or something like that.
And then the same coming out of that.
Yep.
I'm BPA. I'm good. Please return it to me.
Yep. I think if the RTMO had the ability to make that switch, then it would be just coordinating between the applicable entities. And if it was like a scenario where a large entity with lots of submissions like BPA, if their system flat out stopped working and that's going to affect a bunch of entities, then BPA would communicate that to CAISO, and the RTMO would then basically say, okay, I'm going to one at a time call each of the adjacents, confirm their values are good, and switch to them, for a major event like that.
I know we're not trying to come up with a solution today, but this is a prime example of where we could do an Everbridge conference call, where we get all the affected entities on the same call, and we just go through the list and agree on one call so that we could just do it all at once.
And if we get that short-term step you're discussing in place of simply having the duplicate submissions and we're tracking, then we would have a good history of, okay, these two entities, their submissions are always in lockstep. When one of them stops working, we're confident in the other one, right?
We have Justin from BPA online.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, thank you. I'm totally in support of the two-phase approach. I love the idea of getting the dual submission into our applications, whether it's BSAP, BAOP, or the APIs. Definitely should have some programmability to import that data into our systems. That gets us ready to monitor, look at the redundant submissions, make sure they're in alignment. It also provides us the capability of providing our own redundancy, like CAISO mentioned. So if we're receiving the adjacencies data through this redundant submission, we can import it into our system, program that in to possibly even use their data, redirect their data when we're having issues. So would love to see that as soon as possible so we could start seeing the data, validating the data, and be ready. So when there's the long-term solution to provide that switch in the submitting party, that we're all ready to do it. We're all on track. We're seeing each other's data, and everybody's ready to go. So thank you very much. I appreciate this topic, and hopefully we see some progress on this soon.
All right, okay, thank you for that comment. I know Saram from SMUD has a comment.
Hi, Philip, thanks. Jamil, quick question for entities which are going to be participating in EDAM. Doesn't this become, will the market have a fallback mechanism where the day-ahead results could fall back to?
We have not thought about it with in terms of EDAM because of the concept of base falls out with EDAM, and the entity goes to schedules that are mirrored back to a mirror ETSR. And how we would do this if the EDAM entity is disconnected, and what we would do for the WEIM entity, it's still kind of a thought. So now, if we use like the day ahead to fall back on, that might be something we look into, but there has not been any discussions on it yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Christina, I know we have a comment from Danny Dale.
Yes,
Danny Dale.
Oh, go ahead, Christina.
Yeah. So Danny said, it is very important that the third-party vendor software downloads the CMRI values and compares to your internal calculations for each of the base ETSRs. This will help highlight deltas. The software can drill down to the tag level to easily isolate where the difference is occurring.
Yep. So that just goes back to the monitoring mechanism and comparison between entities. So appreciate that, Danny. All right, let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please.
We do actually have one more hand raised, if you have a moment.
Oh, go for it.
Brian Lowe. Go ahead, Brian. Oh, you might be double muted, Brian. There you go. You should be able to speak now.
Add, it was kind of mentioned a while before this, as far as like for monitoring purposes, some of the tools that the RTMO have at their disposal today are actually pretty helpful in identifying when there are mismatches like this. So like one that I have seen used or have used myself is the EIM entity dashboard. Just if you look at schedule interchange, it usually happens over the hourly ramp, and that's a pretty easy identification when one BA is going up 400 megawatts, the other one's going down. It looks like it matches, and they come into the hour with imbalance. You know, as far as like one's negative 400 with ACE or around there, and the other one's positive 400 with ACE. That's a pretty good indication that something like this is happening. So I don't know if it would be possible to provision more access levels for that, but at least from like my viewpoint, the RTMO has access to everybody's BA information, so like they can use that to determine something like this is happening and potentially facilitate the conference call early, kind of when everybody is trying to recover from it before they even started with the troubleshooting to try to determine what exactly happened. That's it. And I agree with everybody's comments. This was a very constructive discussion.
Thanks, Brian. And I think that's part of the, I think our next steps is while determining business process on how to identify, how to switch, how to kind of formulate actions. I think those are things that we'll probably look into and see. And if out of that, it comes out that we need to show more or give more access to different screens or provide more data, that might be how we expand this in the long term.
Thank you, Jamil. All right, next slide. All right, so next steps, and this kind of goes back to Bruce's questions a few slides back. So the ISO is absolutely committed to working with the stakeholder community in a focus group that's focused solely on the RTSI and ETSR redundancy short-term solutions, right? And I want to make sure we stay focused on RTSI and ETSR redundancy in the short term until the WEIM Fab 5 enhancement that already has the approved BRS posted out on our website, until that can get implemented. But what we're going to do, and it's going to be very similar conversations that we've already kind of started having just now when the wheels started turning, is kind of starting to talk about some of those associated short-term solutions and ensuring we're weighing feasibility, timelines, and any potential tariff, operating procedure, and/or BPM ramifications and implications. So we'll take this feedback that we heard today to kind of get things started and framed up in a slide deck. Be watching your weekly emails that you receive. We'll make sure to plug it in the biweekly ops call for when the ETSR RTSI short-term solution focus group will be getting kicked off, but the target will be the end of June. And with that, I appreciate everyone's time and efforts on this topic, and thank you again for your engagement. Back to you, Feline.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone else, for providing your input on that topic. Right now, we'll move on to the WIM and RC modeling presentation. That will be Andrew Brown. So he'll be reviewing the F&M timeline for the Western interconnection modeling, as well as a timeline for WIM market registration.
All right. So can I get the next slide? Okay, so today, kind of a repeat of some of the things we previously talked about in these forums. So I'm Andrew Brown, Operations Project Coordinator Lead. I work in the MCI group under Kelsey Ajax. And specifically, I work a lot with the MPAI, the Market Participant Asset Implementation Group, responsible for coordinating a lot of the modeling for the CAISO BA, WEIM, and RC. And specifically today, we want to talk about the WEIM generator setup. It's just kind of a high-level review. We're also going to talk about the Western interconnection modeling and then the full network model, and also cover like the modeling submissions, and then very lightly cover some of the post-modeling activities leading up to energization. Brian Stockdale is going to be giving a presentation on that after this one. So he'll cover a lot more in depth on the energization activities. Next slide. So essentially, all of our collective footprints are getting a lot more complicated, increasing in size, and the pace of that change is accelerating. And so that requires a lot more coordination of our models, a lot more management, resources coming into our systems, resources finding unique ways to participate in the markets. And so when we're planning for those assets, we want to take a look at the planning timeline of making sure that we submit the appropriate modeling information across the organization so that the resources are appropriately modeled. And that's like our main goal, is to make sure that we all have the same information for our operations groups in order for the resource to participate in the market and also be not a burden for reliability. So moving towards that goal of having the resources being prepared, we have those energization dates that are coming up, and making sure that not only is the resource modeled, but then we're also making taking the appropriate actions prior to the model or the resource participating in the market. Next slide. So from the generation standpoint, this is a really quick overview. So what we have is the overall process for a resource coming from your modeling submission documents all the way to the resource participating in the markets. And so part of this, we have that initial setup where the modeling documents are submitted. That's in that first box. And at the same time in this process, the SCME documents can also, that process can also be started of creating that project. And all of these items, we're looking for these activities to begin at least 12 weeks prior to what you might call either like the energization date, the sync date, the implementation date. There's a lot of different terms for all of that. And essentially what we mean is the time prior to you wanting the resource to put any kind of energy onto the grid. So if it's going to be putting energy onto the grid, that's the date we want all of these activities completed prior to. So that initiating setup would be the modeling submission into RIMS, the SCME project process that currently is being done through email. Over the summer, we're going to be piloting with a few entities for that SCME process to be done through RIMS. And then later on this fall, we will roll that out to the wider WEIM community. And so there'll be a separate training that we're looking to host this fall that would cover that process in depth. So once those projects are started, then we have the model and SCME processing. This is where we've taken in the documents that have been submitted. We've done our review. We're putting those into our production models, making sure that we have everything accurately modeled. And that can take up to the T-minus 3 weeks out. And that's where we're 3 weeks out from your implementation date or energization date. So some of these, the modeling could be a just-in-time modeling. But the other option is to have where the modeling is done well in advance. So we're talking about the most conservative kind of approach that if you have a resource that you want to energize, like having the model deploy 3 weeks before that energization date is about as close as you'll want to cut it. And that way everything is in place and it's not a scramble to get things implemented. So we have that model deployment has completed, and so now at this point you'll be able to do the market setup. So that would be submitting your scheduling coordinator letters, your GRDT, your RCA, your WEIM, operating entity permission. So submitting all of those documentation in so that the resource is set up in master file. And then once the resource is in master file, you have the ability to manage that resource through WebOMS to make sure that it's in outage until you're ready for that actual energization to occur. So that's that resource energized for testing. Essentially, that's the resource readiness prior to testing, that the resource is ready, the appropriate WebOMS cards have been put in for whether you're doing test energy or whatever activities you might have. And then we have the resources available for the market, and that is where you're participating in the WEIM market. So that could be COD, or it could be that you're still doing like your base schedules, depending on what the project is, and then utilizing outages in WebOMS to manage the resource. Next slide. So one of the things that I also wanted to cover in here, because we get questions on this, are the important terms related to dates. And I think I've heard in the different conversations that I've had, there's a lot of discussions about each entity has their own kind of lingo for what these different dates mean and what they actually intend for those dates to correspond with. And so these are some of the important terms that are related to dates that we use for the WEIM and full network model and the Western interconnection modeling process. So the first one, when you're trying to figure out what date do I need to, based on the date that I have for my resource testing, what date do I need to submit all of my documents for? And so that's the customer model document acceptance deadline. And so that's a schedule that's published annually. So we recently just published the 2026 full network model on the Western Energy Markets page. And so the customer model document acceptance deadline is the date the full network modeling information has to be accepted in RIMS to be included in a specific model build. And then we have that late model scope change request deadline, and this is, it should not be viewed as like the second deadline. This is generally only if you have some kind of an emergency where something happens and you need to submit a model update and it's past the original acceptance deadline. And I want to highlight that this is a request. So these can be, they can be denied based on what the availability is for the modeling group to be able to accommodate that modeling change. And then the next item that we have here is the production deployment date. And this is generally the date that the production model deploys into our different applications. It's normally on a Wednesday. Within that full network model schedule, it will show the week of. It's usually on that Wednesday is when we target the effective date in the production environment. Now, kind of switching gears, we have the network model scope template. So this is the template that whenever you do modeling changes within RIMS, this is that template that has to be accompanying those modeling documents. And so within that template, we have the effective date of change. And this is generally the date that the change will be live in the field. So depending on what you're implementing or planning to put in the model, this would be the date that you want that resource to actually energize. So in the case of our previous example, when we had like T minus 12 weeks, T minus 3 weeks, this would be that T date. So T would be the date that it's going to be live in the field. And then the next item we have is the network scope template requested model build for change to be included in. That's a mouthful, but that is essentially just the requested model build that the change should be in. And we highlight this because we've had instances where an entity will put in next available model, and then the production or the network model scope template effective date of change is in the past, or it might be the date that they uploaded it. And that creates confusion to us because, so you uploaded it today, and you're saying the next available model. Does that mean it's an emergency situation that we should be expecting a late model scope item to come in? It creates uncertainty of what the intended change is. And so that's where having the items filled out appropriately helps us determine, do we need to follow up on this item, or is it just something that whoever was putting together the template, they just put in today's date because they didn't know what date this change was going to be effective, and they put in the next available model. So it helps us when we're trying to put together our full network model scope of figuring out which projects we need to do some kind of follow-up, or if it's an emergency change that we need to notify our OEs about, and they need to coordinate with whichever entity it was that submitted it. So those two dates are pretty important and have led to some confusion that has had pretty dramatic impacts. So the next item that I want to talk about is within the SCME effective date. And so within your SQMD plan, a lot of times you'll put in like an effective date of when that is going to be effective. And that's just the date that the meter is going to be available for the market. So that date just needs to be prior to the date that you're going to be going into service. The resource will be going into service. And then another really important date we have is on your SC letters, the scheduling coordinator letters. So there's a selection letter and then an acceptance letter. And those two dates have to match, but that's the date the resource will be active in master file and the market. So those are the dates where if you're working through WebOMS, you'll want to make sure you have outage cards in place in order to show that the resource is in outage, not available for participation in the market. And then the final date or item we have there is like the implementation, sync, test, energization. There's a lot of different terms that will be used. And that's the earliest date the project will actually inject energy onto the grid. And I want to be clear that it doesn't mean backfeed. So backfeed would be treated differently. This is just when it's going to be energy onto the grid. Any questions so far? I've been talking for a little bit here.
I'm not seeing any questions coming through online. How about in the room,
Okay.
Salim?
Okay. Real quick, Andrew, and I totally appreciate your time because I know this has been like, I don't want to say a challenge, but from an external perspective, we get a lot of questions around model submissions and things like that. So I want to highly encourage the community to raise a hand, ask a question if any of this, if you're not tracking with this, because again, this is to help inform you around the process, some of the resources available to you, to help ensure we're not running into those modeling issues in the last minute and creating all these workarounds like that.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. I know it's complicated, especially with all the the different dates here that we've highlighted, and what they mean. It's easy to get, to get kind of lost on which date do I have to do which. And so we're going to run through some examples of that here in a little bit later. Next slide. Okay, so the other thing, kind of like what Mark said, so the model management process is this continuous collaborative cycle. The model is used for not only for awarding bids, but also for actual operation of the market. And so it's really important that we have accurate information in the model, and because it's used for a number of activities within the WEIM CAISO RC environment. So next slide. So now we're going to kind of run through this planning horizon of identifying the timelines and when we need to submit different documents in order to maintain that full network model schedule timeline we were talking about. Next slide. So the first thing that you'll do when you're putting together your timeline for when you need to submit your documents is look at the full network model implementation schedule. And so this is posted on, again, like I said, down here towards the bottom, you can see the model schedules can be found on the Western EIM under resources. And then there's a currently there's a 2025 and a 2026 schedule. And so we have that out into 2026 for those of you who are planning out that far. You can figure out what dates you need to submit items. So just running through what each one of these columns means. So that first column is the full network model label, and so it starts out with 26M2, and then it says DB139. So that 26 is the year, it's 2026, and then the M2 is month 2, so that's the February model. And that kind of goes, you can see we have every other month we are posting a model. And then they have the DB label, which is that DB139, and that's just an incremental number that goes up. So we're on the 139th DB that we've put out. So the next tab over that we have is the customer model document acceptance deadline. And so that's just essentially the date that the documents need to be accepted within RIMS. So we'll cover that process here a little bit later of what is required for a submittal into RIMS at a high level. And so that's the date that you would want to have all of your documents submitted in. Normally, if you have 10 business days prior to this, if you submit them, there shouldn't be an issue with them being approved for modeling. The next line over or column over is when the ISO will publish the final scope. So one thing that you might do is you submit your documents, and if you, let's say you don't have access to RIMS, and so your modeling team submits the documents, and you're not sure were those documents submitted, and maybe the person who does the modeling's on vacation, or they're swamped and aren't responding back to your emails, we do publish a list of all of the projects that are going to be included in our model scope. And so that is available on the full network model website, which there's, at the end of this presentation, there is a table full of a number of different links to different areas, and that's included on there. And then you'd be able to go and pull down that scope after this date and see which projects were included in the model build. The next column over is the late model scope change request deadline. That is the last date that the ISO can accommodate any kind of a late scope change if you were to miss the original date or had some kind of emergency that arose, that would be the last date you could request the addition to a model build. And I want to reiterate again, those are a request, and we have a link to more information on the full network model page, which explains what needs to be submitted for a late model scope request. So there's a late model scope request form that needs to be filled out and then needs to be signed by an executive. So that's the late model scope change request deadline. And then the next column over, we have the production deployment, and that's the date that I kind of highlighted previously in our date list. So it says the week of 2/9, and so 2/9 is a Monday. If you were to move over to the Wednesday, so your 2/11 is when the model would be deployed into the production environment for that 26-month 2. Question back there.
Yeah, this is John Kitchen from Portland again. I know we've talked about this in the past. One of our problems, not problems, but one of the challenges that we've had is we also like to be able to test our new resources in map stage. Where are we at with being able to get that into a schedule or be able to know when to expect the model to be rolled out in the map stage so we can plan for that?
Yeah, so that was something, oh, Kelsey, go ahead. that was a hot
I was just
potato.
here to assist, but no, unfortunately, we haven't really made much progress on it. I think just due to competing environments and such, there hasn't been a lot of progress on it.
Okay, I just figured I'd ask. Thank you.
This is Saurabh from SMART. I think I would like to second that. I think CAISO probably knows this. We had a snafu with our resource ID recently with the new solar resource, and that created a fire around everywhere. So if you are able to test them in map stage so that we can catch some of those things, that would be great.
Yeah, and I think, definitely like resonate with the issue and want to find a way to work with it. I think, the challenge right now is that we have this one place to test, and there may be other various testings for certain projects. And so to deploy a new build on top of that, and then, that testing that's going on for whatever other project might be going on is where the challenge lies. So I'll definitely follow up on it, though, and just agree that it is a problem, and opening up an avenue for that would help.
Yeah, and I don't know if Danny's still on from APS. I know they've created several processes and procedures around resources coming online to ensure the map stage environment did have the associated model build deployed so that they can run that resource through their associated system. So Danny, I don't know if you're comfortable speaking to that, if you're still on.
Danny is online. Christina's going to unmute him.
Oh, yes. I see he has his hand up. Could we please unmute Danny Dale?
Hey, Mark, that is correct. We do make sure that both model builds are in sync between prod and map stage. So we do have our process in-house that we do check. If that's what you were asking for clarification, or we do have our process that, or we're checking the F&M build between both.
Yeah, and I if I recall correctly, Danny, you guys essentially shoot for like a 6-month early deployment so that you allow ample time for that model build to get backfilled in the map stage, and then you do all your associated testing there before bringing the resource fully online in prod. Is that correct?
No, a little bit different. So we do ensure that it's in map stage, but we do promote to prod right away, because as soon as energy shows up, we want it in the production model.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay. And so then after the production deployment date, that column, the next item we have there is just the implementation date. And so that would be the date that the resource is producing energy onto the grid. So again, implementation date, sync date, energization date kind of all mean the same thing, that the resource is putting energy on the grid. Next slide. Okay, so here's where we're going to kind of run through an example using the timeline that we have here in order to figure out. So we have some new equipment, and we need to figure out which model we need to put it into so that the resource is ready by the time we do our first in-service date or energization. And so in this example, we have TOP, AAA, they're going to add a new generator to their system. The earliest date the equipment will be energized will be 4/30/2026. And so this is out there a little ways, but we can do a little planning still. So here's a little question for all of you. Which production deployment does it need to be in by? The other thing would be which full network model does it need to be included in? Not everybody all
I
at
think
once.
I heard somebody say 6, but by all means, oh, I got it. Back corner of the room is saying 6.
4? Yes, so it would need to be, the latest model it could be in is the 26-month 4 model build. You could put it in an earlier model build if you wanted to. So if you wanted to put it in 26-month 2, you could also put it in the 25-month 12 model build as well. There's really no problem with putting it in earlier. You just utilize WebOMS to put it into an outage so that it's not picked up by the market or anything. So as far as, so now we know the latest that it could be in. So if we decide that 26-month 4 is the model build we're going to target, model documentation needs to be in by what date? And that would be January 21 is the date that it would need to be in by. And then the next question here is the SCME project can be created when? So when can we create the SCME project? Anyone? Anyone? Yes, we can create that anytime we want, actually. Once we have a resource ID, we can start the SCME process. We don't need to wait for the model to deploy or anything. And then as far as the market documents, when can those market documents be submitted? And here might be where it kind of is like the tricky part. The market documents could be submitted the week of 4/13. They won't go into effect. The effective date can't be any earlier than the model deployment date. So in the case of this week of 4/13, again, it's going to deploy on a Wednesday, so that's 4/15. So the earliest date you could put in to the market documents would be 4/15, but it would also be fine if you put in 4/30, because that's the date you're going to energize it, or you could put in 4/29, any kind of those dates afterwards. It's generally, in case the model gets delayed for some reason, it's generally good to not put the SC effective date to be the exact same date that the model deploys. That can lead to issues with them being able to put in that SC date to match up with the model deployment date in case the model is deployed. They can't put in the SC prior to the model deploying. So next slide. And then just so that you could refer back to this later on if you want, we put in all of the answers in here that you can start putting in those documents whenever you would like. But the effective date can't be earlier than that 4/13, or 4/15 essentially. All right, next slide. Okay, so here is just another run through of the same project. So we're targeting our energization on 4/30/2026. So essentially what we're gonna look for is in that initiating setup, the modeling submission is going to be done, we're targeting like 12 weeks prior to, and so we know that the full network model documents have to be accepted by 1/21 in order to make that 26-month 4 model build. And so then at that point, the SCME project can also be started. You can start that process whenever you want. And then the model and SCME processing, again, this is where the CAISO is going to go through this model build and testing process to deploy to the production model. The SCME project, this is one other item, the SCME project needs to be created by 3/21/2026. So it needs to be at least 40 days prior to that 4/30 energization date. And then the SCME documents need to be accepted prior to those market documents going in. So ideally, you'd want to have your portion of the SCME processing complete before you get to that market setup. And so now the full network model production deployment has occurred. We have 3 weeks before we're going to get to that 4/30 date. So at this point, we're going to complete the market setup, that master file, SC letters, RCA, those types of items, and we'll complete all of that. And now our resource is ready for testing and is in outage. We've submitted our test energy cards, and the resource is in outage, ready to start our testing on 4/30. And so then after that, it's also available for to be bid into the market as soon as you're done with your testing. So that process, for all of these examples, for this example that I have right here, the effective date that was used in the SQMD and the market documents was 4/30. So that's when the resource will be fully ready to participate in the market, is that 4/30 date. So looking through this, are there any questions on how this is laid out?
I'm not seeing any questions coming through online.
Okay. All right. We'll move ahead to the next slide then. Okay, so now the next thing we're going to talk about kind of briefly is the modeling and the submitting. So next slide. So just a really high-level overview. We have this Western interconnection model that is used as the baseline model, and so this is like the topology. So this is where the wires and the generators, switches, breakers, all those kinds of things are create the topology and the nodes for the model that we use for like the basic characteristics of the system. When we get to the full network model, that's where we start adding in the attributes like the generation parameters for market calculations, power flow studies, real-time monitoring. That's where those more market-based items are added into the model to create like a full view of the system. And so all of those items are crucial in order for both markets and reliability to be able to work. And so that's where you have your basic parameters for the system that meet the market parameters that allow actual calculations to be completed. Next slide. Okay, so some of the different ways that this information is leveraged for both the WEIM and RC West. So we have the real-time assessment management tools listed there that are all used, that all use this information that's submitted. So these tools are only going to be as good as the information that's provided to them. And this is where we are really asking for your partnership in this to submit this information in a timely manner so it can be incorporated, so that all of our operations groups are working off the same information, so that our real-time operators, your real-time operators, are using the same information when they're looking at the system. So you can see here all of the different systems and software that take in this modeling information and then use it for not only the markets, but also for reliability. So next slide. So the next thing we'll talk about real quick are the model submission documents. So next slide. So the way that we normally go through this is when you have like a new generator or a new piece of equipment, you need to call out how that's going to be, how that change is going to be communicated to the modeling staff here. And so the main item that we use is the network scope document. That has a list of all of the supporting documents that are used, and it also has an explanation of what's changing. And so there's kind of two parts to that. It's not helpful if you just put like one line item that just says like August changes. That is going to lead to some problems, and it could lead to some misses where our modeling team, when they're looking through, they have to figure out what's changed in the SIM file if you're using a SIM file, or figure out based on the information that's been submitted what's changed. And that's not a good place for them to be in, where they're guessing what changes need to occur in the model. And so that's where having the modeling information clearly communicated in a timely manner, because we realize like sometimes there are nuances in a project where it might not be clearly communicated, and it gives our modeling team a chance to reach out to your modeling team to discuss what did you mean when you put this in, or we see that there's some double modeling here, what's the intention of this? Having that time to be able to discuss with them is really beneficial, and also having an idea of what's changing is beneficial as well. So next slide. So the main document that we use to kind of communicate this is that network model scope document template. And so like I was saying, this is the main way that we are able to figure out what needs to be changed, also when it needs to be changed. This helps not only our modeling team model the change, but then it also helps our OEs and our operators of having a better understanding of when this change is going to be energized. And that's where I was talking about before, when you have the date of when the change is. If the date is in the past, then we're starting to wonder, did the change already occur? Is this already live in the field? Is our model now wrong that our operations team is using? That's where it can kind of create these confusions. So as much as possible, submitting these things in advance is really what we would prefer, and I think your own operations would prefer as well. So the timelines for the model build, when it's going to be energized, and then this is used by both, a lot of our teams internally here, both our modeling team and our operational engineers, to determine when this change is going into place and if there needs to be any adjustments made or contingencies planned for. So the description that you put into this network model scope template is normally what's put into the scope document that gets published on the CAISO website. And so the more descriptive you are on this template, the easier it would be to look at that full network model scope to see what has been included in the model build. So that's kind of a one-to-one call out between what's in the scope versus what's in the template to what we put into the scope. And then also providing information on the equipment that might be either added, deleted, modified, however it might be, especially equipment that's 230 kV and above, or any generators or the equipment rating changes, RASs, the contingency definitions. Any changes like that, calling those out specifically is really beneficial to our modeling team. Next slide. So this is just kind of a quick sample of what the network model scope document template looks like. And so within here, there's like instructions of like what information is asked for, and then also what we kind of mean when we put in like the different equipment types for the descriptions, whether it's a transmission line, those different kinds of things. Next slide. And then just a real quick example I'll run through here for what we might want to see in this template. So if you're adding a new substation or transmission line or something, calling out the addition or deletion, especially if it's 230 above, kind of going through this, but essentially like there's a new substation for a new generator. Basically, we added a solar generator to this substation, and all that's included in the generator, the schedule, the synchronous machines, all those different items are in there. And one thing also is to like include the resource ID, and then make sure that that resource ID is the same one that's used for like the SCME project. It has to be the same resource ID throughout the process for all the documents you're submitting. Next slide. So when you're trying to figure out which documents need to be submitted as like the second part of this, so we have the SIM files or the WEI Gen tabs within the submission checklist. You can basically, if you're an entity that submits a SIM file, you can just look through there and it'll tell you what needs to be submitted. If you are putting in a new generator for the WEIM, there's also a WEIM Gen tab that will run through what documents need to be submitted for the WEIM generation. Next slide. So, and again, this is the WEIM tab, which runs through, depending on what the generator type is, the requirements can differ slightly. So, next tab. So the next question you might have is, if I submitted my model, how can I tell that it was processed? This is within RIMS. There's a reliability coordinator dashboard. This will show the template and all of the files that have been uploaded. And then within the, I think it's the third column over, it will show the status of whether it's been approved for modeling or if there's some kind of update that's needed. The most common item we have is we will get documents submitted without a scope template. And you can imagine if you get the documents without the template, it's very difficult for us to figure out what the intention is for that modeling change. So having the scope template is required. We cannot process the documents without having a scope template. So next model, or next slide. So within that, like I said, you can see the different statuses. So it will run through if it's been reviewed and if there's some kind of information that we might be needing or we're not clear on what actually needs to be done, or if it's been approved for modeling or completed and has already been implemented in the production model. We also have like need more information or if it was rejected. And like I said, normally the most common item that we find is that we're missing the scope template. Next slide. So this is just another kind of, I guess, correlation between what is being submitted in the model is directly impacting our real-time solutions. So if it's unclear what needs to be updated in the model, those changes may not be adequately addressed or included into the production model, and that's where you can have impacts, whether it be just reliability or it could be in the market as well. So that's where we're really looking for coordination between the modeling and us, so that we can make sure we have the right items modeled at the appropriate times. Next slide. So for the generation, which is kind of what we're focusing on right here. So the best practices include making sure that all of the parameters within the documents you're submitting match up. So that's that the resource ID matches across all of the document submissions, and that the generation capacity should be modeled as the max interconnection plant capability. And then that's within the modeling document submissions, and then the actual available capacity can be managed by the GRDT and WebOMS. So essentially you have the model. The model Tmax is like the guardrails that say like it has to be between this amount, and then you can actually manage that through the GRDT. So the modeling should always be the full availability of the resource, and then the GRDT can be managed for more precise control. And then the other item is that to coordinate with the transmission modeling team to ensure that the generator POI and related transmission is modeled. So that could be including like single line drawings that show the transmission, how it connects to the existing substations or transmission lines that are out in the field already. And then also making sure that the switches are labeled in there and match what's in the model to what's in the one line so that our modeling team knows where to land those wires in the model. Next slide. So for transmission modeling, these are the best practices. We're running a little bit behind here, so we can move ahead on this slide. The main takeaway is that if it's 230 kV or above, or would have a large impact on the bulk electric system, to call it out in your template. For the ICCP submissions, this is an area where we've been kind of struggling as of late with a lot of telemetry issues showing up in our real time. And so the ICCP mapping, submitting those ICCP with the modeling information is really crucial. Even if you need to submit placeholder names that get updated at a later date, if we don't have the ICCP, the nodes don't generally get created, which then we can't add them later. So that can really cause issues in real time. And then also the breaker and disconnect switch status for both the generation and transmission related equipment. We get that you can kind of control those via ICCP, whether they're on or off, but it's also good to have the default to know what the default is, if it's a normally open or normally closed. And then for megawatt and megavar, remembering to include the parent and child if it's an aggregate resource or a multi-stage generator. And then another item is that specific fuel types, if you look on that WEIM Gen tab, specific fuel types can require different ICCP or additional ICCP. So in the case of like batteries, they're going to require that state of charge. If it's a VER resource hybrid, we're going to need the MET data and then the HSL. And then there should also be a renewable forecast included for any VER resource. If you're requesting an ISO forecast for the resource, then you would need to follow what's included in Appendix Q, including the real-time MET data. Yes.
I was just going to say, for those that haven't had the fun-filled experience of batteries yet, the state of charge, you might want to elaborate more on that. We have 3 batteries that came online, our first 3 batteries, and they all came online towards the end of last year, and all 3 of them are reporting state of charge to us in different ways. One of them is reporting state of charge to us that's scaled. It's actually a storage capacity agreement, and they're reporting it to us scaled to so it's an 800 megawatt hour capacity agreement, but they actually have like about 1,100 megawatt hours. So when they send us a value that says 800 megawatt hours of state of charge, there's actually like 1,100 megawatt hours there. So it's like scaled based on the agreement. Then we have another one that gives us like the total capacity, regardless of whether it's available or not. And then we have a third one that actually gives us the online available capacity. So just for those that haven't experienced that yet, you just want to make sure that you're very clear on that description of, you want to, for the state of charge, you want the online available capacity that's available for the market. So just make sure you're very clear in those descriptions.
Yeah. Yep, I would agree. There's a lot of let's say, like, ways that they can submit that and represent it. We've had our own, kind of like what you're saying, we've had our own issues with them. Surajal, do you have anything to add to that, or?
Hey, Surajal, can you use a mic for those online, please? Thank you.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So basically, the representation is at any given point in time, when the telemetry comes into EMS, that it reflects the current real-time SOC, instantaneous SOC. As we are discharging SOC, if we map it together, you'll see that it reflects on SOC. And if you're charging, you'll see the SOC is building up instantaneously. Right, so the representation, we leave it on participant, but the concept is what we're going to determine based on what we receive from them. And we're going to send this SOC to market every minute so that market uses SOC as the initial condition for the future dispatches. Yeah, you are absolutely right. So that's a good point. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. One experience I had is a lot of people use a percentage instead of megawatt hours. So I had to tell them it is in megawatt hours, not in percentage. So they could immediately fix it several instances. The main experience from my side in EIM entities is they forget to submit the SOC. So I had to go back and work with them, and they energize, and then they say, "Oh, why my battery is dispatching like this?" Well, you didn't submit the SOC, right? Sometimes they submit it later on after go live. So we are encouraging everyone that you submit the SOC in megawatt hours with the modeling point. That's what I think Andrew is emphasizing. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good point to bring up. We're actually working through right now on the ICCP requirements to do exactly what you're saying, call them out more clearly of what all we're asking for. When you're coming through on like the WEIM onboarding, you get to work with Surajul directly. There's a lot of attention that's given during that time when you're coming on, but then as you get to your onboarding, we're now like in the maintenance phase. We have a new resource that comes in, and now we have to remember what are all the ICCP items that we have, or like in your case where it's a new battery where you didn't previously have batteries. We're working through documentation to kind of notate all those different things of what we're looking for, and it's a good point of not only what we're looking for, but to clearly call out exactly what we're looking for, not just say the state of charge. So any other questions right now?
Hey, this is Dinesh Dasgupta, California ISO policy. Just wanted to add as well that this is SOC definition and estimation is something that we're also talking about in the storage design and modeling initiative. So we welcome comments around your experiences and also ways we can help build better policy around reporting of SOC.
Next slide.
Andrew, one more thing I wanted to, from my experience, what we saw is SOCs reporting to us in real time, but they submit a D rate in market, right? And then the real-time SOC was not reflecting it. So we wanted to make sure when they submit a D rate and the real-time visibility of SOCs reflects the D rate. Because sometimes the max SOC is going somewhere where its max SOC is D-rated. So when you put the two data together in real time, it's above, but in market is catching up. It's bumping it to the limit, right? D-rated SOC. So I just wanted to make sure it's telemetry and the real submission in the market is well coordinated. Thank you.
Yeah. Again, Brian's going to probably get into some of these items in more depth here, but 1 week prior to the model being implemented, it's important to make sure that if your equipment is going to be changing in between two builds, that you'd work with your teams to put in WebOMS cards in the case that you have like double modeling or you have lines that are out of service, which are currently new but are going to be coming into service later on. And then if you have any of these temporary setups with switching that might be done, making sure that those items are taken into account for and that you've updated the model after it comes into production with those new items. Next slide. Okay, and then this is a WebOMS example for new equipment energization. So again, we have like the project earliest implementation date energization was 3/1/2024. The deployment was on 1/22. So the next F&M production model is 3/25/2024. So basically, you're putting through that the model deployed on the 22nd of January, so that's when the model deployed. You aren't going to put it into service until 3/1. So you need to show that there's going to be an outage from that model deployment date until you're actually going to be putting the equipment into service. And so in this case, the notice of work would be a RIMS outage, and then just kind of explaining what's going on there. So that's just an OMS example that you could use for new equipment. Next slide. So now that you have your equipment in production, so it's in the production environment, so what do we have to do next? Within RIMS, you can just double check to make sure that the model is showing that it's complete. If you have any operational tools, you can view the parameters and topology to make sure that things are represented correctly. So in WebOMS UI, you can look through the static data, double check what equipment is shown and what the default, rating switch position. And again, you'd want to do that prior to the effective date. We suggest 1 week prior to the effective date. And then in the BAOP UI, you can double check the station diagrams, the one lines, to make sure that they're appropriate, and then also review the contingency definitions or ratings if it has those. And again, make sure that you're managing these cards leading up to the testing, and then evaluate if you need to submit any model corrections. So if there is something that needs to be corrected, we can add that into the next production. So for new resources, if you have all of your modeling completed, the resources in production, the SCME projects are complete, you can move forward with the market readiness documents. Those are the remaining items that we have on that WEIM generator checklist. And if you are in RC West, you can also refer to the DEWG trainings for further details on the IRO 10 data requirements. Next slide. So I think I'm going to stop here because Brian's going to pick up at this point and talk about some of the best practices for test energy.
Thanks, Andrew. So we'll have Brian Stockdale up next. He'll be going over WIM test energy and battery resources.
Thanks, everybody. I know I'm standing between you and going home, so I'll try and be quick. And feel free to help yourselves to coffee or ask questions as we go here. I'm a grid operations manager for the CAISO BA. I know there's going to be some inherent differences between how the CAISO BA handles test energy and how you folks handle test energy. I know that our external training folks are working on a test energy job aid and that will be published on the WEIM portal. So hopefully that'll be coming after this presentation here as well. Next slide. So I'm sure we all know how the market works, which is to manage supply and demand. Like I said, there's some differences between the WEIM entities and the CAISO BA. The CAISO BA is all in the market, where all of our generation and all of our load is managed inside the market. But I think as far as operations is concerned, we all have the same goal, is to manage that supply and demand. Next slide. And test energy does nothing but upset that balance, as I'm sure most of you realized and most of you have experienced. And really, we wanted to highlight that these are operational solutions for the folks in the room here and online. Next slide, please. The three main ways we can get this information into the market so that the market can balance that supply and demand is either self-schedules and an exceptional dispatch, or a load bias. Each one of those three solutions has its own pros and cons, but the goal remains the same, to balance that supply and demand. Next slide. So with self-schedules, this is the main goal for the CAISO BA. This is the main source a solution for the CAISO BA, we have our scheduling coordinators submit those self-schedules into the day ahead, and they're managed in real time as well. So you can see on the slide here, we have an example of an OMS card where these scheduling coordinators are required to put in hourly schedules for these resources that are testing, so that our operators can see hour by hour what these resources are going to be expected to do. The pros of this, there's no operator intervention required. This is a normal standard process. The cons, that this is a rigid hourly block. So if these resources want to adjust their outputs within that hour, it can be difficult to validate. It can be difficult to monitor. So if those resources do need to adjust intra-hour, we have them sort of average it out. So let's just say the resource is plus or minus 100. They want to go from the bottom for half an hour. They want to be at the top for half an hour. The average is out to 0. So that's generally what they'll put in the notes for the test schedule there, is across the hourly average is going to be 0, but we will be at negative 100 for 30 minutes and positive 100 for those 30 minutes. And the main thing here is it can be seamless to ops as long as everybody follows their plan. And that's really the goal. Next slide, please. Exceptional dispatch. This provides you the most flexibility, but it requires the most work. Again, it's a normal process. They're easy to create, and it has that 5-minute granularity, but it does cause manual work, and it can be time-consuming. And if you have multiple resources testing, let's just say 10, 15, that's 15 EDs you have to enter. And there's a breaking point where it becomes no longer manageable to consume for an operational perspective. Next slide, please. And last but not least is your load biasing. Again, normal processes, easy to enter. That 5-minute granularity, it is a single entry. But again, this does cause manual operator work. And as I said before, you're managing 5, 10, 15 test resources. That additive value can be difficult to manage at times. But it is a single entry. Next slide, please. Now, all three of these efforts require that the unit is available in OMS. So I have two examples here. The top one is what you want to do. So you have the resources not checked out of service. You have your hourly blocks, and you have your self-schedules in the day ahead in the real time. And the bottom one here highlights what not to do. So you have your out of service flag there is checked green. No matter what you do, any of these three solutions, if you have that flag checked, it's not going to work, because the OMS card trumps all other actions in the market. Next slide, please. This is an example for the CAISO BA from November of 2013, where operations was managing 1,400 megawatts of test energy for solar. And as you can imagine, that was a difficult day to manage. Our operators did a combination of load biasing, exceptional dispatches, and self-schedules to make sure all these worked. But essentially what it comes down to is you have to have the best information in the market to make this work. So you have all your operating parameters, you have your telemetry, you have your state of charge, you have your forecasts. All of that information is required, and that's why Kelsey and Andrew work so hard to make sure that all this information is in there, so that all that information is into the market, so that your solution can be complete. And any questions on that? I know it's kind of brief.
I'm not seeing any questions coming. Yeah, and no questions coming through online either.
Okay.
Hey, Brian, are you going to comment on, market impacts of, actually getting the award when it comes to contributing to congestion and such?
I hadn't planned on touching on that, but
Okay.
if you'd like to elaborate, that's totally fine.
No, just meaning that if, it's self-scheduled, or if there is an ED, then, then the market will account for that dot and would be able to better manage congestion on an element, since it would be accounted for in the market.
Correct. So as Kelsey said there, the point is to get this information into the market. So you have these 3 different ways that you can do that, so that the market can account for that. So it's not just deviation. So it's not just unknown to the market. So the market can solve around that to make sure that all your system limits are respected. Any other questions?
Hey, Brian, Mark here. I haven't looked at these slides, so I don't know if you're going to get into what happens when scheduling coordinators deviate or don't follow our procedures, because I know this is quite the challenge across the WEIM footprint for some of their onboarding resources.
I was going to touch on that a little bit of resource performance, but we can kind of get into it now. That's fine. Essentially, like Mark said, it all comes down to following the process and making sure that your resources are performing adequately. And when we first had these battery resources come online, we stood up a resource performance initiative team between operations, customer experience, Kelsey's team with the EDAS, our metrics and analysis team, to make sure that we understand all the reasons and all the problems that these resources have on a day-to-day basis, to make sure that they can follow those dispatches that they're following them to the best of their ability. What we found is these resources are being installed and in-serviced by a team and that is traveling around the country. That's all they do is installations. And then once they've finished that installation, they hand the keys to the gen owner, gen operator and say, here you go, good luck. They don't tell them about the protection systems. They don't tell them about the operating parameters. They're not sharing all those pertinent information that used to be common knowledge to these plant operators on the day-to-day basis. It used to be where these operators knew the torque of every single bolt in the station, and every nuance to that system. That's not the case anymore. All of these are all electronically driven, and it's been quite a bit of an unknown. It's taken a lot of learning on everybody's part to make sure that these resources are managed correctly. We can jump forward to a couple slides here. There we go. So CAISO system, just kind of give a high level overview. I won't read through this whole here in an interest of time. But essentially we have quite a bit of battery installations, and this is really kind of the reason why I'm here today, is just to sort of talk about all the issues that we've kind of seen here. Next slide, please. So these last couple of years, we've seen a large exponential growth from 2020 through 2024, the exponential growth of these battery resources. We've seen a steady growth in the solar and in the renewable field. But again, we expected that the battery installations to continue exponentially over the next 10 years, even though we are seeing some supply chain issues. Next slide, please. For our operations team, we have high vision for our monitoring here. So this is a mock-up of our screens downstairs. It gives the operators a high level of visibility of where these resources are on a day-to-day basis. And at this level, it kind of gives the operators the ability to drill into these individual resources that are in that red time frame, that are in those red values in the bar graphs there. Next slide, please. And this sort of highlights all the points that the operators are looking at on a day-to-day basis, all their telemetry issues, their state of charge, their max energy, all their unit connectivity and their regulation, and anything of that nature, all the major operational parameters for these resources. And on the right side there, that bar graph there represents a percentage of state of charge based upon their current state of charge and their maximum state of charge. So this resource is pretty well positioned for the evening peak. Next slide, please. And this kind of touches on resource modeling. And this is really the key when dispatching, because no two installations are the same. And this graph depicts your standard two-stage charger, which is typical in most installations. These two stages of operation are pretty straightforward. The first stage, constant current. Your current consumption remains the same, and your voltage set point increases over time. This phase here will get you anywhere between 70 and 90% of a full state of charge. The majority of these newer installations hinge at that 85%, and then they tips over into the second phase, which is the constant voltage stage. This voltage, where the voltage remains steady and the current consumption decreases as the battery approaches full state of charge. This section here, the second stage in the gray there, that is the hardest to manage, and it requires the most coordination because it requires a decreasing consumption of current. So the more points that you have modeled on that downward slope, the better it is your software and the better your operator is going to be able to manage these resources at high levels of state of charge. The same can be said about low levels of state of charge. That hinge point where it can no longer provide the full current output tends to be about 10%. So from about 10% to 75%, your resources tend to run fairly easily. At those fringes, that's when it becomes difficult to manage. And next slide, please. So like I said, all these performance issues got us to stand up a team, an interdepartmental team, and really kind of understand all the problems that we were having and solidify our escalation and penalties for these resource deviation issues. The first major issue we kind of ran into was primary frequency response. And this graph here shows a loss of about 1,300 megawatts in December of 2021. And it shows the response of a typical battery resource where it had little to no response to that loss of frequency, to that loss of load or loss of generation event. So through outreach and understanding of essentially they had poor settings on their resource to perform to a system event, we did some outreach and work with them to correct those settings so that they comply with all the correct standards. And next slide, please. Just 2 months after this event and after that coordination took place, we had a similar loss when we can see that the resource performed typically along the lines of what a 5% droop would be for your normal traditional generation. Next slide, please. The next major issue we kind of saw was agency hunting, where we had a saturation of the regulation market with our battery resources. So we had participation from our traditional fleet and our battery fleet. What it comes down to is really ramp rate, where our battery resources are getting the agency signal to correct ACE, and they're responding instantaneously, and then the rest of the fleet catches up. So you have this seesaw pattern kind of going back and forth of constant correction. So in order to stop the seesaw, stop the constant correction, we've mapped a secondary ramp rate into our agency logic where the batteries respond a little bit slower initially to more line up with your fast start resources. Your fast start resources are about 50 megawatts a minute or at the most, or your hydro and fast starts between 30 and 50 megawatts a minute. But the batteries are essentially mapped at 999 because the software is limited to 3 digits. So you can have those resources go from their full charge to full discharge in a matter of cycles. And that becomes inherently difficult when you're trying to balance those traditional slower moving resources with these instantaneously fast moving resources. Next slide. The other major thing we saw was we wanted to capture and utilize that fast response when we really need it. So much like the primary frequency response, when you hit those emergency bands for your ACE, we can utilize that faster ramp rate for those resources and correct the ACE fairly quickly. This event here, we had a loss of about 800 megawatts. And from the time of the event to the time of crossing zero was 1 minute. And this was about 80% of our AGC fleet was on batteries. So it is a double-edged sword. It can move fast, but it can move a little too fast. But when you need them to move fast, they absolutely can. So it's walking that fine line between that subtle hunting and then the correction that you need. Next slide. And then last but not least, kind of points to what you were talking about earlier with high levels of state of charge. On the blue line here, you see is the percentage of state of charge. The green line is the actual, and the red line is the DOTs. So you can see that this resource here or the market was telling this resource to continue charging once it reached that high level of state of charge. And this resource had a control system installed at their plant that nobody knew about that prevented that resource from charging at any point above 80%. So once it hits that 80% state of charge, it no longer consumes megawatts, and it refused to charge any further. So it goes back to that point where this team that's going around and installing these resources isn't passing that information on to the generation owners, generation operators, and we're finding it after the fact. And the difficult part is getting these teams back on site to adjust those settings. So it's really key to have to get all the kinks worked out in that pre-COD phase. And I think, and Kelsey and her team are working on expanding that. They kind of alluded to it a little bit, expanding the test requirements so that we catch these type of issues in that pre-COD timeframe. And I think that's it for me. Any questions or?
We
Rob?
did not have questions on the line. What about in the room?
Rob?
Hey, Brian, thank you. Great presentation. So did you guys have had to make EMS enhancements, I guess, for some of these issues to support battery management?
Yes, we did do a complete agency overhaul for our systems to implement percentages of ramp rates based upon regulation bands. So in the control band, it utilizes a lower percent of the ramp rate all the way out to the emergency band where it uses 100% of that ramp rate. So in the sort of the floating between those bands provides more of a cruise control so that it's using those resources a little bit less so that it's not pulsing the whole system, constantly up and down, It gives that cruise control feel. But once you hit that emergency band, wherever that may be for your entity, it does provide that full response back to zero.
Thank you. Yeah, so smart system, we have, resources coming in next few years. So, this will something we'll keep in mind that we would need some, SP7 enhancements and stuff like that. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room or online? Okay, I think we're good on that. Oh, look at Robert Fisher.
Robert Fisher, NV Energy. In the case of bad test energy, say trips, how have you guys handled that through market as well as maybe other mechanisms?
So you're saying that during a test program that the resource was providing energy and then it's no longer online? And it's
Essentially because, we're in early phases, things happen.
Yeah, of course. So at that point in time, we request that the entity put in an OMS outage card to account for that resource no longer being online to sort of, if that resource is self-scheduled in the day ahead, that's really kind of where it comes down to which method did you use. So if you put an exceptional dispatch in, removal of that exceptional dispatch, or if there's a load bias, removal of that load bias to account for it. And if it was a self-schedule, then request an OMS card be put in.
Do you carry additional regulation based on the size of the resource or any other?
That test
mechanism?
energy does go into account with our 3 and 3, the gen requirements there. So that is accounted for there.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, we have a question from Dustin Herrick.
And I just had a couple comments. Again, like John said, Portland's pretty new to the battery game, but a couple best practices we've found. We've been working with the construction team to identify, basically we'll say this particular battery, you can operate to whatever schedule you've provided plus or minus a certain amount. And based on the size of the battery in our BA, that might be 24 megawatts plus or minus, it might be 12 plus or minus, whatever it is. And then we expect them to give us an hourly test schedule, but we understand it's going to change. And we ask them to give our operations a call as soon as practical if they know that they're not going to hit that schedule or there's going to be a substantial change over a certain megawatt amount. That's worked out pretty well for us. And in our more recent battery, we've ended up seeing them hit the mark more than missing and letting us know when they're going to miss, so it makes it really easy. And another thing that we've instituted is a final test driven by the BA. We call it the grid ops testing. And basically, when the project team has completely signed off and said this is ready for commercial operation, we've requested that we get a certain number of days, which we negotiate with the team, where we're gonna, from EMS control, run it all the way up to full charge, take it all the way down to minimum charge, move it around, base schedule it in the EIM and follow the DOTs for a daily cycle, that kind of stuff. And that allows us to catch a lot of those issues that you were discussing of, you know, if there was a something limiting it from charging past 80%, we would catch it in that stage. A lot of that kind of stuff. So I would highly recommend anyone who's got new batteries coming on to see if you can get that into the schedule part of the agreement, that you get, you know, at least a couple days where you can run it up and down and just do a full assessment yourself to make sure all the feedback and all the calculations and all the controls are as you expect. Better to catch it then while they're still on site and they can make adjustments than to find out sometime down the road.
Yeah, very much so. And I think that alludes to what our EDAS team is looking to do with our internal resources, expand those pre-COD testing. You know, can you follow a manual dispatch? Can you take manual control of your resource and run it up and down? Those are the type of tests kind of that we're looking to expand. And that is a good point to make. Thank you.
All right, I think we're good. I don't see any other questions. So thank you, Brian. All right, so I want to thank everyone on behalf of the ISO for your time today. We had some great presentations, discussions. Thank you to all the presenters and all the SMEs. We do have some takeaways and some action items that we'll be following up on. I'll let Christina go ahead and close out the meeting, but thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Salim. We'd just like to thank you so much for joining today's discussion. As a reminder, this meeting was recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. All meeting materials are available online and the video file will be posted soon. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out at isostakeholderaffairs@CAISO.com. We thank you very much and we hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you.